Right. Okay, good evening.
You're live. Sorry.
Yes, we're live.
Very good evening.
Yes, tonight, Modwayne is far too busy in the land of Nod. And instead, we have his charming better half, all the way from Polska.
Thank you. You would probably disagree with the better half, and maybe even with charming, but thank you.
Well, we got
Okay,
good evening.
You're live. Sorry.
Yes, we're live. We have Dick Cheesehead.
Yes, I'm here. Very good evening. Still going strong.
Tonight, Modwayne is far too busy in the land of Nod. And instead, we have his charming better half.
No, I think San fell from our stool.
No, it's all right. It was just, I was getting confused, as I easily do. Being confused is my general state. Yeah, just before the stream, we were talking about how a certain, president? Chairman?
He's president.
Chairman?
No, I believe he's president.
President for life of a certain country from which a certain recent bear illness has come that none of us is allowed to talk about. Echo?
He's the guy who made Winnie the Pooh illegal in his country.
Yeah, and it was about his hypersensitivity, and I was about to explain how in the Middle Ages, when you had such a supreme leader, usually a king, they would have a jester, and the jester was allowed to say anything.
Yes, he was.
And the point is it provides that one dissenting voice so that the leader doesn't entirely buy into their own bullshit.
In every joke, there's a bit of truth.
Yeah, exactly. And so the point is this: you need the court jester if you're going to be such an absolute leader.
Yes, you should tell that they should have told Lenin that in the one who started the communist revolution.
Hey! He had Stalin. Little did he know Stalin was going to take over, but that guy's a joker.
Yes, but was the first one he executed? Wasn't that a clown?
Probably, but you with me. So this is where they went wrong. In the medieval times, they had the joker. And this is what the modern dictators have forgotten.
Yes, if humor and humor and socialist dictators are not going hand in hand.
Yes. Well, we all know that leftists do not have a sense of humor.
Well, maybe they have, but it's not a very good one.
No. Trust me, they're just these days. They're just po-faced Puritans.
I agree on that, but maybe it's an idea because it's been a while, and this COVID thing, this COVID thing has been discussed in the end of days. But I still want to say a couple of things about it because I think some things are forgotten or are not very clear, and it's not I'm an expert or a doctor. I just take the information from the internet and everywhere else where you take it from. I do have some knowledge about statistics, so I find that and a little basic biological microbiology, and so I think I can say a few things about it.
I mean, the thing is, it's good to hear lots of opinions and be left to make up your own mind, or in my case, just get confused.
Well, that's also a perspective.
I do confusion very well. It's kind of my natural state.
Well, what I wanted to say, because this is a novel virus, We all seen the images coming from China before it started headed towards here, and that looked really, really bad with all the. Have you seen the mobile fire? How do you call it? Where you put things into the fire, burners. How do you call this? Afvalverbranders. Okay, there was a parking lot with 18 containers with burners in them to get rid of. Yeah, burners. How do you say that? Afval. I'm going to look this up because
ovens or furnaces or
furnitures. That there were 18 of them at a parking lot in Wuhan. And some people say, oh, that's for all the medical equipment that got dirty to get rid of it. But we've also seen later all the ashes and urns. There are way more dead people in China than 3,000. I think 120,000 people is the right estimate. I think between 100 and 200,000. I think 120,000.
What you base it on? I mean,
based on the pictures of people getting the urns of the families where the ashes are put into.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of pallets with urns and a lot of pallets. And if you counted them all, and this was just in one mortuarium, you saw about 20,000 in one room.
Okay, and now I have a question, and this is not to say that you're wrong or anything, but have you checked for things like Photoshop? Are we sure those are the COVID victims? Are we sure of those things? Because I'm asking because I haven't seen the pictures.
Okay.
So I have very little.
You have to imagine, because of course the propaganda war is also real, that the freedom fighters in China who are against the communist regime, those of course they make propaganda. But if you get pictures from different sources, then it becomes another story. And yeah, let's say the pictures of the urns were photoshopped. I can't imagine that would be, but there were also pictures and videos of people lining up to get those urns, and that was not a couple of hundreds people. That was at least a couple of thousand people standing in line. And that was just one mortuarium. And there in the region of Wuhan, in that city, there are 8.
Okay. And we're sure that those are from this particular time?
Yeah, well, then we have to guess what time it would be.
What happened, actually, yeah.
Yeah, okay, but then we have to think of what other disaster has came with so many deaths.
Yeah, no, you're right. I'm just thinking out loud to think that I hear for the first time, so I'm bound to say stupid things. But
no. These are the right questions because we don't want aluminium foil stories here.
Hey, nothing wrong with aluminium.
That's causing the confusion, mate.
No, I'm sorry. It's just
no, but it's not just one picture and one video. It's a combination of a lot of pictures and videos coming from different sources, and that paints a whole different story. And I cannot imagine. You've all seen the series Chernobyl.
No, I didn't.
Well, the
series
Chernobyl, but let's say
it's a very good TV show. It's a mini-series. It's very good. Well,
is it on something like Netflix?
Probably, and
because
and otherwise,
that's why I wouldn't watch it, because I've never viewed a moment of Netflix in my life, and I'm happy to remain.
But where's the pirate in you, mate? Where's the pirate?
No, I am far too apathetic to go swashbuckling.
Well, if you can get your hands on the DVD, I really would
That would be very hard, given that I've been socially isolating for 2.5 years.
Okay, we need to get a drone and a package to Mr. John. Well, what I was wanting to say,
that's happened with all this social isolating is everyone's get to see how I live my life and how great it is.
You are confusing people, John.
I'm just saying that the social isolating life of never leaving the house, right, except for to go to the shop once a week to buy essentials, is my life. That's how I like it.
Yes, of course.
And I used to go at 3 a.m, so I didn't have to be with anybody.
Okay, but let's say we don't have an isolation period now, but now the government tells you can stay at home for the next couple of months. You need to go outside and be active. Then you feel what all those people are feeling that are now staying at home.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what, I probably have respiratory failure.
No, because it's not the thing that you agree with that you find it fine. It's the fact that you can't.
Huh?
It's not whether you agree or like it or not. It's the fact that you can't.
The choice is taken away. Your liberty.
Your freedom is taken.
My choice is fine. It's everyone else's that's right.
No, but anyway, sorry, I want to go back to those photos.
Okay, I'm not going to get all links now. I will can do it in private, so we can, if that's necessary, I can show you all the videos and pictures.
If you go into Modwayne's Discord.
Oh yes. Oh God. Oh yeah. It's 2020, ladies and gentlemen. Of course we can do that.
You can post anything you have there, and most of the people who are here, well, Paolo, Ludicrous, and Michael Keller, for instance, will see what you post in the Discord.
Oh, by the way, everyone else who's in the chat, hello there. Sorry.
Hello, chat, and thank you, Ludicrous. Hey, but to come back to the series of Chernobyl, the technical aspect, they were a little bit exaggerated, saying that the whole parts of Europe would be unlivable. That's a bit exaggerated. It's still Hollywood, but the social aspect of how this communist system works, it's been portrayed perfectly, because nobody was willing and daring to tell the truth. That there's a scene in the first episode when the reactor blows out. One of the technicians comes to the chief and says, parts of the reactor are laying outside. And the chief is, are you insane? This cannot happen. And it is a Soviet reactor. It's impossible. And go back, go fix it. And that's the kind of mentality that there is, because first of all, they're completely brainwashed. And second of all, if you convinced something went wrong, you're not the one who's going to bring the bad news.
And the other thing is that it's like, if I'm in power, so I control you, I can take resources from you, I can put you in jail, I can take your family from you. I'm in power, right?
Yes.
I very easily then can basically even trick myself into believing at some point what's not true. If I don't talk about it, there is no problem, and you will not dare to point it out.
Yes.
Because I'm in power, I can take everything from you. I mean, my mother seen, and this is the kind of the propaganda, she told me that once when she was a young girl, because she was, I'm coming from Poland, and she was born obviously during the communist time. In like March or whatever month that the where she was living, it was a small village, small city, something like that. They had an army station there, and it was one of those months when you start to have a grass, or you didn't lose it yet, but it's just a little bit of grass. And there was a general visiting, and our point of thinking that we are perfect was to the point that the soldiers were painting grass green because everything in Poland is perfect.
Yeah, Soviet art.
this kind of stupidity, when you just paint the real grass, you paint it greener, literally.
Yeah.
So I know what you're saying when you say, they say, oh, it's Soviet reactor, it's not possible, go fix it. What are you saying?
This is also the reason why that Chinese doctor, I forgot his name, the one who got gulagged, they say they died on corona. I really don't believe this. Because a lot of freedom fighters just disappeared. That's really strange. They all died of corona. That's really weird, huh?
Yeah.
But my point was, so nobody is telling the news, and this is how it could spread. The point with COVID-19 is it's not deadly in percentages. That's obvious. That's very clear. Only if you see the pictures of the hospitals getting overrun, all those rooms and hallways were packed with people. Also a very good way to spread it even further. But besides that, those hospitals were overrun, and there are no doctors anymore and no nurses to help you. Before you get to the intensive care, there's also a group before that who only get oxygen or some other treatment. But at the moment they don't get the oxygen or other treatments, they will also regress, that they will also go a stadium further to worse. And if that happens, the numbers, well, that could go easily 2-3 times the amount of that, but also the age and healthy people are going to die because they don't get the care that they need. And that's the problem with this thing. It happens so fast, it's like an explosion. People don't even know where it comes from sometimes. And that's the danger with this thing. And at the moment the hospitals are overrun, the nurses and the doctors get sick, and some of them die, and others get overloaded. And because some of them get sick, they get even more overloaded. The whole system collapses, and that's when the nightmare begins. It's not before that. As long as you have enough healthcare, I think we do it. Yeah, okay. There are tragedies, but it's not the Black Plague. It's not Ebola.
Are you saying that the virus in itself, as a biologically speaking, as a biological thing, the virus, it's not as deadly as we try to scare people that it is?
Yes.
But it has different consequences. The problem only is that, we're talking about China, and where there is a communism and there was a socialism. Let's put it this way: the hospitals are never that great equipped. There are not that many nurses and doctors to begin with.
I can make a little addition to that. There are people that wrote, how do you say, people who see something, witnesses. Oh my God, my English.
That's all right.
You still understand me, mate. You still understand me.
So, Paul Michael Keller, right? English is his fourth language, and somebody was poking fun at him for his spelling in the stream last night. No, the night before. And it's like, even I had to say, look, this is fourth language.
That's more of a German thing, I guess, to look at the spelling.
Well, no, he's an American being a twat.
Yeah, well, that's not unusual.
Yeah.
But yeah, but that's not the point. They should know it. But where was I? What you were saying, that's a little addition. There were witnesses that said that the soldiers and the politician, they were getting healthy in bigger numbers than the people. So probably they went to different hospitals. Let's put it that way. They were more equal than others. That was also a witness who wrote that down, and I believe that.
Yeah.
So this is what happens. But what also happens when the hospitals get overrun, if you get a heart attack, let's say I get a heart attack, if somebody calls an ambulance, will there be an ambulance? And if there comes an ambulance, will he be on time? And even if he comes on time, to which hospital will he take you? Or you get an accident with the car or something like that. So that those people are also going to die because there is no health care to go to. And there's another group. If I feel on my chest and I feel a little knob, a little thing, and I think, oh, I need to go see a doctor. But yeah, there are all these COVID patients in the hospitals. He won't be so motivated to call a doctor. And so those people who usually get diagnosed in time and get the right treatment, they also get a lot more complications and maybe even die because they were too late. So these are all effects. But not only that, there's another group. What if the total healthcare system fails? Where is the police? What are they doing? They also need to secure the hospitals and stuff like that. Because especially in this multicultural, we call them testosterone bombs.
Mhm.
What if you tell a guy like that, we're not going to help you further? Will he accept this in peace or not? Or will he do the usual thing?
And the other thing is, it's the other thing that someone pointed out. There are countries amongst them. I saw this on Joe Rogan podcast, and I don't remember the name of the guy, but he said the number of people who are in need of the medication, and if they don't get that medication, they'll die. And that medication comes from China.
That's another group. Who will do the usual thing? Hello?
Hello?
I thought I heard myself.
No, it's my fault.
Okay. Now, that's another thing. 90% of the how do you call it? Basic compounds. I need to. Raw materials for medicines comes from China, and this is another thing, another dimension. The United States used to be the biggest producer of penicillin, antibiotics. Now they have nothing because the Chinese bought it all.
It's not just that, but it's the fundamental flaw of extreme capitalism and treating the market as God.
Yes, that really is. We now are going to find out it's a very bad idea to put all our factories, all our production in one place, and especially with some kind of murderous regime like Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah.
And yes, this is a very bad idea. And now we're going to learn that because the Chinese already threatened the Americans not to have a big of a mouth because, well, you need medicine, don't you?
Yeah, it's like I'm really I too bad I didn't watch the whole podcast, but the same guy said, like, I don't remember now where and when it was, but he basically apparently, I don't know, wrote the book about that we shouldn't do those things. Indeed, have a lot of production or all the production in one place. And he was like that. There was a certain factory, the only one big one that was, I think, making the IV bags, and the whole world was in basically need on more IV bags, and we didn't have it as much as we needed because there was, I don't know, now was there a storm or something? And he's like, we have these supplies of really important things from one place, and that's ridiculous. I wondered really often for a long time, why do we do that, to be honest?
Well, the problem is if you have no decision making, this is what happens. So you actually need governments to turn around and say, well, actually, it is a strategic requirement of our health of our nation to have certain capabilities, and we will have to ensure that irrespective of the fact that it's not economically the cheapest solution.
I'm completely agreeing with this. This is the thing. Let's take, for example, the PBBs, the protection materials like masks and stuff like that. I think this kind of basic stuff needs to be on the same level treated as energy, roads, and stuff like that.
Yeah, defense. You don't want to make yourself vulnerable, and there are lots of different points of vulnerability, and you have to take a broad view about it.
Well, the only thing I think is if you have really specialized things, really niche things, well, okay, then you can say to be efficient, we put it in one place because there's a little need for it, and okay, that's a compromise you can take. But to be completely dependent on this basic stuff, it's just such a bad idea, and that's what we're going to learn now. And people are saying, okay, the supply chains have been broken for 3-4 months, and China has everything under control, but China doesn't have anything under control.
No.
There are outbreaks in so many places there at the moment.
Well,
you see, from Beijing, but there are a lot of not. This is one thing I want to say. There are a lot of places where it has been broken out, and they say they don't have any more patients, while there are pictures and videos of hospitals running full.
Yeah. But here's the thing, right? Okay, so back in the 60s, Toyota invented the just-in-time model. Are you familiar with that?
I've heard about this, but explain.
Okay, so it used to be that manufacturers would have warehouses and would hold stock. But it's a very expensive business because first you're sinking capital into the stock, and you're employing people to take stuff in, put it in a warehouse, get it out of the warehouse. So what they decided is they would, just in time, is you build up a relationship with your supplier so that you say to your supplier, right, next week we want 10,000 tires. And they deliver 10,000 tires just when you need them. So you don't need all the warehousing because they can go straight onto the cars, right?
Yeah, they can. Yes, they can go from the factory line straight into the truck.
Yeah. So that's called the just-in-time model, and it's great from an efficiency point of view, but it's vulnerable to disruptions to the supply chain.
Well, it wouldn't matter if it was about toasters and vacuum cleaners.
No, I'm not saying whether it matters. I'm not saying whether it matters. I'm merely talking about the logistics of it. That it's a great model if there are not disruptions to the supply chain. If there are disruptions to the supply chain, all of a sudden you have no buffer. That's the point. So you see what I'm saying? There are pros and cons, is my point. And the world has, because of this, and I'm saying this goes back to the 60s, so we're talking 50, 60 years ago. The world has slowly been adopting this more and more widely, meaning more and more of our economy has this weakness built into it.
Yes.
But my question is, sorry, go on.
Yeah, no. No, that's a different story. You go.
Because you say we're going to learn that it's a very bad idea to be dependent on certain supplies from certain countries, and I agree with that. Only how come now that we need to learn it again? Do we need to live in peace and such a luxury for so long time that we that we forget what it's like, and that we forget that war is a possibility and enemies are out there? Does our politicians, people theoretically speaking, educated, that get way more money than they should earn, do they actually don't realize it really, or they do realize it, but there is something else going on? Because to be very honest, I'm really average intelligent, and I question that since I was really, really, really young person. How come we need to learn this again? How come this happened?
Well, this is just another part of the problem. That's not the Chinese part. That's our part. What we've done. And I agree on this. The thing is, if everything is prosperous and going so well for let's say 75 years, I mean, this is the first real challenge we have as a society. I mean, in the Netherlands. I'm not talking about other countries, but since the Second World War, this is the first challenge. And most of the people who are alive never had a challenge like this. Never knew. I also didn't. But what a crisis is and how to be with this. And if you live in this bubble where everything goes smoothly. It went smoothly. We had great decades, but now we're confronted with reality, and it's not like a pandemic is from a science fiction story. This has happened multiple times in history, so people knew this was going to happen. But why would you bother if this is not in your experience? I mean, we are being ruled by technocrats.
Yeah, well,
And
not just technocrats. Though, to be fair, we are ruled also by politicians who are not business people, as a rule.
no,
So
and
they're lawyers and professional politicians, but they don't know anything about economics or those issues.
I agree. A lot of them have no life experience and don't know how a business looks from the inside. I agree with this.
And politicians have. Now, I keep saying, our societies are so complex. We have to be realistic about how much a politician can be knowledgeable across all the possible subjects and areas of society.
Yes, but this is also a problem from the public, and it's the socialism part we have here. If you treat the people like a bunch of little mentally challenged children, a part of them will also act at a certain point in time like a bunch of retarded little children.
Yeah.
So the people don't know how to. There are a lot of people running around here that think that the government is their daddy, protecting from them,
Yeah,
and when they
yeah.
have a problem, they can go to the government and please help me.
Yeah, but this is circular, isn't it? Because the government trains everyone through education and programs to rely on the state, and then people rely on the state, creating a further opportunity for the state to get people to rely on the state, and then before you know it, everyone is incapable of looking after themselves. Also, it seems.
Yeah, but at the end, that's correct. But it's like a train that's unstoppable, because if this government doesn't do it the right way, they're going to ask and cry for an even more authoritarian government that can even do more, because in their minds the government is some godlike creature that can solve all the problems.
No, sorry, Sam. Yeah.
No, go on.
No, I was just going to say, here's where it gets more complicated, because there are classes in society who definitely seem to like the government doing things and like the idea of government. And those tend to be the noisy ones, the media, the chattering classes, people who often depend on government for their existence anyway. But then you've actually got the mass of people who don't think that, but they don't tend to have a voice so much.
Well, the other thing is what I see. I remember when I came to this country, and people I've met sometimes, or people I worked for, they would ask me sometimes about communism, and when I would say certain stories, they would tell me sometimes things like, I know you long enough, I believe you, that you're not making it up. But this level of layered propaganda, it's like, I can't believe that someone would actually thought of it and that it would work, and that's actually the whole machine could work like that. And what I see here is that a lot of people, I'm 38, remember a little bit of the communism, but also, like, your parents would tell you a lot of stories, than your grandparents, and everyone you knew, everyone older than you, significantly older, like 10 years, right, and up, they had a lot of stories. So I've lived a little bit in the communism, but I also heard a lot of stories. People here don't see, not all the people, but a lot of people, when I'm telling them that the European Union and UK and the Netherlands, they are actually communistic countries. There's a lot of things that operates in authoritarian communistic ways. And people cannot link it, and I don't blame them, because you kind of have to be... It's so unbelievable that it's very difficult to link. And I think you really, and this is not to put myself above of people who didn't live through communism, not really not, but it's kind of, you have to taste it to actually believe some things and see it's working. And this is a problem, that a lot of restrictions in this country, people don't see as restrictions.
Yes, I know where you go, and it's a lot of ignorance. That's why I said that series Chernobyl was brilliant. That they showed it, and also V, the Romanian guy that has taught me a couple of things about communism and socialism.
But can I just interject, because I've got 20 years on YouTube, and the attitude of my generation, or at least what I consider to be the attitude of my generation, and considering I was towards the far left at the time, was none of those stories Sam would tell would have been a surprise to me. I'd have had no trouble believing it, because we didn't have, we heard stories out of communist countries all the time. We heard what conditions were like. We heard how they operated. We might not know the precise details, but we got the gist. And it was nothing. It was nothing we wanted. And part of my dismay is that I've been seeing this change here, because we have, when you have something to contrast to, which is what we had back in the 70s and early 80s, we had something to contrast to, and so it keeps your mind focused. But after the fall of the Berlin Wall, that went.
Well, I always have a bit of a comparison with that. When we go to school, from the elementary school on, we learn in history how bad the Nazis are, and how sickening, and what kind of murderous regime they are. And I have to agree, that's not my kind of cup of tea. I kind of disagree with the strategics of Hitler and Goebbels. So I have to agree with that. But but I cannot remember anything about we're being taught about the gruesome things happening in Soviet Russia. And that's really strange. That there is a little bit of affection within the academic world, and with our teachers towards government, towards communism.
Yeah, but that changed, really weird. And that's what I'm saying. That changed.
Yeah, but it's still not taught in schools.
No, but that's what I'm saying. It's changed, because when I was at school, we learned about it.
Yeah, but the problem is that it's changed. The change, I think, for example, when I look at my school, they wouldn't dare not to tell us anything, because you had the parents of your students who lived through that, right?
Yeah.
I remember reading in my history books about the times when Russian people would, eat their children. There was such a great hunger. And, some teachers, when you would question, okay, but isn't it kind of worse than what Hitler did, if the decisions of your government leaded that you would eat your own child in order to fight for other children to survive or prolong the suffering, as I see it more? Isn't it kind of worse? And some teachers would appreciate thinking about it and say, well, depends how you look at this, but yeah.
I think
But some teachers would, be like, well, I don't know if it's worse, because remember that 6 million people, 6 million just Jews only died in Auschwitz. So it depends.
You see, I would
also-
say, why make a comparison? Because one thing can be bad and you can agree it's bad, and something else can be bad and you can agree it's bad. You don't have to say, but one's worse than the other.
No, but the my point is, and I wanted to also answer to Paolo Costa, who's in chat at the moment. The thing is, it's not that you don't have to always say one thing it's worse than the other. However, you can question it, because but the thing is that my point was that when you ask it as a student, that some teachers who doesn't have a sentiment to socialism, communism, they will appreciate you asking. But there were also already teachers who would try to basically destroy anything you're thinking that it could be worse, come back to the fascism, that was the fucking worst thing that ever happened, because they didn't even want you to even think that it could be worse, because the judgment was worse, and the decision, if you're going to judge it and compare it like that, it's up to you, and you're supposed to make that decision. But you pushed at school to just think that the Hitler was the most terrible person.
Yeah, but my point is this. Okay, let's say I grant Hitler was the most terrible person.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't let Stalin off the hook one iota.
No, but the problem is that if you teach less and less about Stalin and other communist leaders, then you come to the situation when masses of young people do not really understand, do not really know anymore.
No, I know, but I'm merely addressing your framing. And now you're making a different argument. Your framing was about it being worse or bad. And my point is, I don't care.
John, no. My point was that it made me think, is it worse or not?
Yes, that's your framing. Is it worse?
John, I'm sorry. And my point of the story was that you could, back then I didn't understand, but now I could say that there would be clearly teachers who would push you into thinking, because they didn't care if you thought the Stalinist was worse, because they weren't for a communism, but they were clearly teachers who already tried to really destroy this kind of a thinking and push you on the rails or on Hitler, because they were communists, they were favor in it. And if you want something to come back one day, you don't want to teach about the atrocities of it. But I want to say something. Paolo Costa, I'm sorry guys, said my dad, who lived through fascism, was defending that every government service should have immediate access to everyone's medical records. He doesn't understand how information is used to control people, especially by the authorities. And I forgot, of course, what I wanted to say. But yeah, people tend to also believe in their government. Not so long ago, I had also a conversation with someone who believed that the fact that Dutch government will tell you in some areas of the country that you are not allowed to go to leave the house unless you're going to the doctor, unless you're going to do the shopping, but just for fun. Well, that person, and there is more people like that, truly believe that government should have the right to do it because it's protecting us. And in that case, I guess, Paolo, your father, for example, I don't know if I understand it right, would assume that only the good part of seeing the medical records of someone, so he would only imagine the government who would help it, who could speed things up for person who's sick, stuff like that, but then would be kind of naive about, to think the dark side of it, the actually what you can do with it.
Yeah.
No, but communists and they are bringing equality and peace, and they're the good guys. They're the good guys.
No, but here's the thing, right? Okay, so all my life, it's been clear that there are people who will blindly follow instructions, and there are people who won't follow instructions, and most people are sort of like, some variation in between. This has nothing to do with politics. This is to do with human nature.
Yeah.
The belief in, oh, they're telling us to do it, therefore we should do it. That's just the nature of some people, and it doesn't matter what kind of society they live in.
No, you can use every ideology to get people on your hand. So
no, I'm just saying, people will do that anyway. I'm not even with ideology. It's just if someone put out a bulletin saying blah, they will follow it. That's just those kinds of people. Is my point.
Yeah, there has been an experiment. I forgot the name, but I know what you mean.
However, if you have, means to control people and you're controlling the people, you see that the more people will fear and feel isolated, the more they might follow.
No, I think people come in different sizes and different shapes, and that's some people are more prone to follow, and other people are more prone to think differently, and you cannot have two captains on one ship. So most people are prone to follow.
Yeah,
it's
an evolutionary trait.
Some sociology professors
it's an evolutionary trait, and we socialize ourselves in accordance with that evolution.
Yeah, that has to do with tribal behavior and relations. So that's necessary. So, but that's also how our community or society functions. You cannot not all be in control. So there has to be a difference.
Yeah.
So, but the thing is, what we can do is put in a system and an education that will make the risks as small as possible to turn in a murderous regime.
Oh, but here's the problem, right? And if you put design any system, it will degenerate over time.
Yes, we're living in that.
It will tend to authoritarianism over time.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. This is the question. This is it's kind of a circle. Civilizations rise and they fall.
It's just one little measure you have to do this time. It's one little measure you have to do this time. One little measure you have to do this time. And before you know it, you've gone a long way. And the problem is, as we know, when they get these temporary measures, they never give them back.
Yeah, and people get used to it, and it starts to be acceptable. And then there is another small thing, and another small thing, exactly like you said. It's and that's what I meant. I'm sorry, that's what I actually meant with most people will follow, because I meant it in a different way than you guys. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. It's okay. I mean, we're getting there in the end.
When you have, when you control the population, and especially if you also promise people things, most people will follow those instructions because it will be bearable and not that bad, and you don't really realize, and they will follow what the government will tell you, and it will take some time for people. Like, there will be always some people who will be against it.
Mm-hmm.
But before it gets really that a lot of people will be against and fighting with it, the situation needs to get pretty unbearable for people, because most of us cannot foresee where it leads to.
Yeah. Or you get the people who publicly warn, and they're just poo-pooed, they're dismissed, they're written off, they're ridiculed, and then when it turns out they were right, it's all too late. No, this has happened over and over again.
Yeah, yes, I know this. It's like a curse you can't escape, if you want to say it like this.
Yeah.
But Okay. Sometimes they say history repeats itself, but I don't completely agree with it. It's always a little bit different.
Well,
Always
there
a
are
little.
patterns, and it depends how you judge it.
Yes, but sometimes a cyclist gets broken, and that's evolution, in my opinion.
Yeah, but what I think
Oh, I need to go AFK.
you know, it's like because I was wondering why we had basically the ancient Greek uh, period with all their creativity and their the things they discovered and whatever, right?
Yes.
And it took from it took from the overthrow of Athens by Macedonia, so that's about 230 BC, until the Renaissance to start developing again in the West. That's a fuck of a long period.
Yes.
And that's the problem. When the freedoms fall and the creativity stops, it stops for a fuck of a long time, and you can go a hell of a way backwards.
Yeah, I have no solution for this.
No, but this my point is that there is this connection, it seems, between uh, freedom, because Greeks had their democracy and their ideas, and I know it wasn't perfect, but they had their ideas. And under that system, they flourished intellectually, scientifically, and then they got taken over by the Macedonians, which was a monarchy, and then it all ended.
Yeah, then dogma happened.
And then dogma. And it wasn't that people forgot what the Greeks had learned, but they no longer had the conditions to be creative and add to it.
Yeah, this is about innovation, but you can see it in a different thing. There is a kind of measure you can give a number to economic freedom in a country. And if you look at the world map, if you look at the past decades to the countries who were in the developing state, and the ones that got more economic freedoms, they also got rid of a lot more. Oh my God!
Religions and things
like poverty. How more economically freedoms a country had, how more they got rid of the poverty.
Yeah.
So those kind of signs are letting us know that you need to do the people as much by themselves as they can.
Yes.
And the government should be as small as possible. But I think we all can agree about this.
I know, absolutely.
And this is why the last couple of years, when I'm digging in this stuff, I really get to appreciate the American Constitution. I'm getting jealous of them. And I know that now there are smart Americans and there are really dumb Americans, because it's a very big country. It also has access some things that.
Well, it's had the 200 years of degradation, so that they need a reset.
Yeah, but when I was young, and I maybe this was the propaganda from schools and television. I don't know this. I thought, oh, they're stupid Americans with their guns and they are the crazy people and they're stupid. But now the last couple
I don't think it's so much propaganda. I honestly think it's if you see a different culture, right? Because this is the case with me, right? You see a different culture, and there's certain visible aspects, and a lot of the entertainment would be like the violence and the guns and the cars and all those things, which were very different to Europe. And out of any other context of the rest of the society, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but to be honest, why I tend to think it's propaganda, because we have a lot of Marxist communists in our education system, and those people who are educated, they should know the context, they should research the context.
No, I'm talking about
And they also know the history of, dictators who took the guns from the public. So I am thinking, when you put the information all together and then you don't want to understand different culture or even assume that if it makes any sense.
No, I'm not talking about what people are taught. I'm just speaking from my own personal experience of watching things like Starsky and Hutch as a kid, right? Just purely seeing not propaganda, but the cultural output, films and television programs and so forth, right? By the culture. This is what America was putting forward of itself. It was just that as a Briton, I wasn't properly understanding it because I was only seeing one aspect of their society.
No.
I think it's a combination of these two. Maybe another element is in place here, but I think it's a combination. Like you said, it's a foreign culture, and you only get the Hollywood things to you. And if you combine this with people who hate liberty, that's teaching us in schools, I think that this adds up.
But again, my education was before that propaganda.
No, because I didn't mean...
I take that from you, John.
I didn't mean the propaganda that those movies and this and that. I meant purely at schools.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. My education was before that.
John is from a different generation.
I'm from a different generation.
He was telling us that he got education about the Soviet system and stuff like that, and I didn't get that. So something has happened, and there are professors in our universities that have a hammer and sickle hanging in their in the classes. But it's even worse. And this is a very good example. We have a kind of council. We have a lot of councils, but this council where I'm talking about is the one that looks, monitors, and conserves the quality of the schooling system. And it's a school after the elementary school. How is it called? The one high school would be in English. Okay, well,
no, in American, in English, it's secondary school.
John.
Secondary school. Okay. Okay. Well, there's a council who monitors the quality of the system. He's called Paul Reuzenmuller. This is a guy who used to be the front man of GroenLinks. That's the Green Party in the Netherlands.
Oh dear.
And this guy, no, that's not very good. But in the past, he has made statements that he was a very big fan of Pol Pot.
Oh my God.
And he said, literally, we could learn something from Mao.
How old is
this guy? And then this guy is in the council of protecting the quality of the schooling system.
How old is
he? I think he's now, I think he's getting older. He's 55 maybe now.
So how on earth does he think Pol Pot was a good thing? Because
he could say, well, maybe I made a mistake. I've seen it the wrong way, and I can accept it. I can respect that, even if he doesn't. But he refuses to take it back.
No, but when I was growing up, what Pol Pot did, and the whole of Cambodia, or as it temporarily was Kampuchea, was this terrible thing that happened.
Yeah, it's collateral damage.
There are still
no, it wasn't collateral damage.
No, but John, how could he think? Yeah, how Pol Pot could do what he did? There are people who are fucking psychos. There are people who are for those kind of things, and those people are also amongst us who saying, "Yay, those were the great times." So the problem is that you see, because I don't know if Cheesehead. Can I tell your age?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, because you said you're 35, right?
Yeah.
I'm 38. So you said you've already almost 38. So the difference between us isn't that big. Not to exclude John, but my point is that you haven't learned that already, and it's a terrible thing. And I've learned that because I think the teachers wouldn't there to completely like skip the subject, but I also remember leaving the high school still with, when I look at the history, with the most criticized and most terrible person, Hitler. Even in Poland at this time, we were just out of the communism, so to speak. We are really not long ago, right?
Mhm.
And still, the system seems to me designed to the way you would make the lessons and how much time you would put on certain things. I still would think that Hitler was the biggest disaster, or I don't know if I would think that, but I would remember him the most because we would learn him the most every fucking single year.
Yeah. I know what you mean. Okay.
There are some books, for example, from my literary class, sorry, because this is important. When now I understand what my literature.
Yes, I know what you mean.
Yeah, but say to other people.
Literature.
Yeah, I can't pronounce that fucking word.
Oh,
Now I understand what she was doing, because she couldn't go through certain books with us, but instead of going, like, let's say you have for certain book 5 lessons, instead of going 5 lessons about this book, she would often take 4, and she would make like connections and tell us about other books, so we at least could know about existence of those books and read them, because even to Maud, I'm mentioning books that he doesn't know existed. And I see it now. I'm not sure how far I see it, but I actually, when I think about her now, I have a feeling that she couldn't do those books because they weren't in programs, but she thought they were great books and great teaching lessons about and against authoritarian governments and authoritarian in itself, and also communism. So she at least tried to say, some students will read it, will research it one day. Because otherwise it wasn't in the program, if it makes sense what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, can I just point out with Pol Pot?
Mm-hmm.
It was current affairs when I was in school. It was actually happening.
Yeah.
It wasn't taught. It was current life.
Yeah.
That's why I am amazed, because it's one thing to not be taught something, but when it's on the news and when there's films and television about it, it's a different matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's also not. I cannot imagine what goes within these people's heads, like this Paul Rosenmuller, because if you're such a fan of mass murderers, what the hell are you doing with children?
Yeah.
What are you doing in the schooling system? What is this? So there has to be a lot of other people who sympathize with this, and that's the scary part. Otherwise, you don't get that position.
No.
Yeah.
That's true. That is absolutely true.
And they say, well, democracy, but it's not about that. It's behind the people who pull the strings. It's not the politician. It's the civil servants.
Yeah.
And they somehow they are above the law. I don't know how this works. I'm trying to understand this here in the Netherlands, but it's really hard to get a finger behind it. And this Paul, even when confronted on the television, the journalists are not pushing this. I mean, what would come if this Paul Rosenmuller would be a very big fan of Himmler?
Yeah.
What would happen to him? He wouldn't have a life anymore. And I agree. I mean, but why is this accepted? Why is one mass murder bad and the other mass murder is great? I cannot comprehend this.
No, I think it's the point that when you have a lot of Marxist, communists in the system, they need one really bad guys to sort of turn your attention away from the other bad guy. Because if people were decent, educated about the communism, there is more chance that they would question do we want socialism again? Do we want to try it again? It leads to communism. So if you have it's like somehow we left with a lot of communists over, right?
It didn't get defeated. After the fall of the wall, we won economically, but we've forgotten the cultural battle.
Yeah, and the thing is that so if those people are still around because they didn't fucking disappear, we didn't execute them, and I'm not saying we should, but
No.
they here around and they still ideologically driven and believe in what they want, at least some of them, and
They
then
are
Chancellor of Germany.
that they are winning. They are winning.
And then there are some of them are in power and in influence. They're going to, turn the history lessons, the literature, to point the other bad guy and say that was the worst, blah blah blah, fucking blah, equality for everything. That combined with you deserve this, that combined with talking to young people how much rights they have and what should they have already, what they deserve. That combined with having a lot of Marxist, psychologists being also corrupted and just basically go in touch with your feeling and you perfect the way you are. I think it's all combined. When you have mixed of this, that's a recipe for disaster.
Well, I think there's a slight problem insofar as the people who run, say, education are, by definition, servants of the state. Even in America, where they have more private universities, they've still got massive state funding, right? And so you've got an education system run by people who are who benefit from it and therefore are what's the word? It's like it's in their interest to perpetuate it. They're going to see this state-heavy, taxation-heavy system as the good thing because that's in their self-interest.
Yeah, and I was also, because I was distracted again, I'm sorry, but I really derived because you said, Cheesehead, why is the one murderer less bad than the other? No, I think if somehow we would have a lot of fascists in our educational system, then we wouldn't be taught about Hitler, we would be just taught about Stalin all the time.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And they're both absolute cancer.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. But it's not that the one is worse than the other, is that I'm ideologically driven and I want this, in this case is a communism, is a socialism, so I'm going to use the other guy to put all the attention I can on him.
Yeah,
it's the boogeyman.
Yeah.
So
it's a false dichotomy. That's what it is.
Oh, sure it is, but there are a lot of things false with these people. But another example, we have been at this point we have 4 years of Orange Man bad, 4 years of Orange Man, and the guy is not perfect. I know this, but he's also not Hitler. Come on, people.
He's anything but.
He loves his country, and that's why the people are excited about, because other people, those Democrat candidates, all of them, except for Tulsi Gabbard and Young, that all of them are actively destroying the United States. That's their purpose, and the Americans are sick of that. But the thing is, the media, 4 years long, we've been told he's bad, he's working with the Russians. But now this is happening. China is committing a mass murder on the world. And I will come back why I'm saying this. But China is committing a mass murder on this planet. That's what they're doing now. And I still haven't had any word from the news. There is no bad word from the media coming out of this. And then I see the articles of China having stocks in Canadian news outlets They're everywhere, man.
Yeah.
This is the problem.
Well, we've
and no
already
one,
had the stories coming out of Hollywood how Chinese investment in Hollywood studios mean that they are vetoing certain storylines.
yeah. South Park made an episode about that, so they did that well. That was a good episode. So
And the fact, if I can say, this is a little bit different, but I told Mod that lately, that a few years ago, I can't remember, was it like on a Wikipedia or German Wikipedia or whatever, there has been a term Polish concentration camps. And what they were applying to was that the concentration camps built by Germany on the territory of Poland, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Which Polish people and some politicians were like, no, not Polish concentration camps, but German concentration camps in Poland. And they basically say that no, because when you say Polish concentration camps, it can very easily lead that in 100 years from now, people will actually think they were Polish concentration camps built by Polish people, built by Poland.
Yeah.
So they try to explain that. And to be honest, maybe I got the wrong feeling or I remember it wrong, but the way I see it now, the rest of the world who knew about it or whatever, no one got outraged that that this is like a big thing or whatever, and they shouldn't. Only now we're getting outraged when I'm actually calling coronavirus a coronavirus or a Chinese virus, which something started there, and I'm how we shifted in those few years and how the double standard it is, huh?
That's why I don't call it the Chinese virus, but the CCP virus. I got that from Steve Bannon, and the CCP stands for the Chinese Communist Party. This is how you differentiate between the Chinese people and the government.
No, but I mean,
that's very important.
The whole thing is bullshit. I'm sorry. The whole thing is bullshit. The whole concept that calling it Chinese is somehow racist or attacking Chinese people it's
obvious
for children. For children. When I was small, I had the German measles. I didn't think it was Germans, the people. It was the name of the measles I had.
Yeah.
Did it give gas? I'm sorry, that was.
No, but you know what I mean? It's like
I know what you mean. Hey, and the Spanish flu originated also from China.
Yeah.
Even herpes comes from China.
No, but I mean the point is it is unfortunately yet another example of the mental like you say, you know, it's a mental disease of these people, you know.
Well, that China wants this narrative. Okay, I understand this.
No, but it doesn't even take China. This is my point. Because
that's I think this is what we need to understand, and this was where I was going to. China is waging war against the West, and especially to the United States. It's China's goal to be the number one in the world and to put their communist socialist bullcrap in our countries.
Yeah.
This is what is happening.
But you don't have to conflate that general aim with the particular hysterical media reaction to someone calling it the China virus, because they would have done that if it was a Brazilian virus.
Yeah.
That's my point.
Would they?
Yes, because, and this was my point, because they're the same people who got outraged at a black child wearing a Coolest Monkey in the Jungle t-shirt. They're the same people who cried cultural appropriation over American teenager wearing a traditional Chinese sarong for her prom. Prom dress. These are the same people. It doesn't, just because it is China, doesn't have to be the Chinese. Is my point, because
I want
that invented.
Yes, okay, I know. These are the useful idiots doing this on their own account. I agree, but this is another part. The Chinese are putting a lot of money in this woke bullshit. They are propagating this. if the Chinese, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar, these countries they've combined their forces, waging war against us. In a UN conference, there was a meeting about the Uyghur. How do we call them in English? The Uyghurs. Okay. Well, the Uyghurs, they get put in concentration camps and robbed of their organs.
Yeah. But here's the problem, right? So I saw this documentary about the Uyghurs in Myanmar, and apparently they were committing tremendous atrocities. The Uyghurs.
This can be, but I still don't think.
No. Sorry. Okay. They were committing terrible atrocities. They were doing incredibly violent things. The native population snapped, retaliated, and all of a sudden it was this, oh, the poor Uyghurs, oh, the poor Uyghurs, they're being persecuted, right?
Yeah, yes.
So, and apparently there were problems with the Uyghurs in China too. Now, I'm not saying this justifies what the Chinese did, but my point is that when some Muslim populations get persecuted, you have to look at what they might have done to trigger the reaction, because it's so easy for them to do, oh, we're Muslims, we're just the poor victims. When if you find out the actual information, they were anything but victims.
Okay, I don't disagree with this.
And I'm not saying this justifies how China's doing it. I'm just saying that they might not be just doing it for the hell of it, that there might have been something to stimulate this behavior.
Yeah, that they get re-educated. Let's put it like this.
But they might be being re-educated because they were doing something that was very, very provocative.
But I had a different point. In this last United Nations meeting, where Saudi Arabia is chairman for the human rights.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. But here, the Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and a lot of these oil states said, "Oh, you're treating them right." And these same countries are blaming us. We're all having Islamophobia. That's really weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, those are not our Muslims. China is doing well. So there is something there. And if you look at the propaganda from Al Jazeera and stuff like this, they are doing it quite effective to put this woke book rap. It came from us. We did this, but they are putting oil on the fire in that regard.
Yeah.
But the thing is, China is waging war against us, and they cannot have a kinetic war. They will not win. They know this, so they do it financially, and they do it culturally.
Yeah.
And financially, another example. They were not satisfied with the tolls they had at the Panama Canal, so they said, "Oh, we dig our own canal."
Mm-hmm.
That's not economically feasible. No. But why they were doing that? Viable is the right word. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
but why they are doing that? That's to cut out us. That's they are willing to hurt themselves just to screw with us, and that's how they are in Hollywood.
Well, it's a game of bluff.
Yeah, the poker players. I know this.
It's bluff, and this is why Trump has success, because he's willing to engage.
Yeah, but this is also why the Chinese want all the medicines. They want to be the drugstore of the world, because if they cannot have it on the energy market, because that's in Middle Eastern countries, and America has its own resources, and Russia. So China won't win it on energy. So they've thought of this to become the drugstore of the world.
Well, and they've seen the weakness of the West, which is our willingness to have our manufacturing infrastructure gutted.
They did it brilliantly. Brilliant. They are very smart, because they first emulated our system in their kind of way, and now they're getting on top of things. Now they're pushing their way of things to us, and we're actually paying for our own demise.
Yeah.
But this is also happening to Saudi Arabia and to Qatar. We are doing this to ourselves, and we are financing not our only demise, but also the oppression of the Chinese people.
Yeah.
We are doing this. We need to blame ourselves in that kind of regard.
I mean, the irony is I've been trying to call out this shit because all these free marketeers are the problem. Because ever since industrialization, it's been based on the exploitation of people in the most basic jobs working for slave wages, right? That's why it was called wage slavery. It was because it was subsistence wages. And it went on a long time, and people don't understand that. And what has happened? It's not disappeared. It's just gone abroad. We know there are children trained to work stations with a bucket to shit in. We know, that things are being made for pennies and sold for hundreds of dollars. We know, but we turned a blind eye because we're too greedy for the cheap shit.
I very much agree on this.
And the thing is, it's not in our own long-term interests because it's not sustainable.
Mm-hmm. It's so bad that these gangsters, this communist gang, because the China is run by gangsters. That's the best comparison. And you know how far they will go. When this outbreak was in Wuhan, the airport, if there are still images on the internet circulating of all the airplanes in the sky around Wuhan, and they're all going across the world. If you know you have an outbreak, you have to stop the traveling because other countries will get hurt. They just let it open, and that's not an accident. That's on purpose, because now we all have the same problem as them. And what are they doing now? They are sending us bad batches of masks, bad batches of tests to Spain, to the Czech Republic. You know these stories. They send us bad stuff just to make more damage. And now they're going into planes, waving the communist Chinese flag. We're coming to rescue you. These guys have balls. They don't care about human lives. They murder their way through. If they even are willing to kill 100 million of Chinese, why would they care about a Spanish person or a Czech person? They don't really care. No. They are willing to even have death here, so they can rise above it. And this is. Yeah. I think this is going to end very badly. This could mean we go into war with them. This could be a possibility, because Boris Johnson already said it, when he was still not very sick. But in England, there are already sounds: stop 5G, Huawei, stop, and we need to get the production away. And I see a lot of forces.
Yeah, but here's the thing. All the time, because of the two projects, there was the nuclear power station and there was the 5G. And everyone kept saying, don't go to China, don't go to China. And the government were like, well, we like China, we're going to go with China. And now, after everyone had warned them, they go, oh, maybe we shouldn't go with China. No fucking shit.
This is infuriating. Yeah, I'm starting to boil here, because this could have a lot of big consequences. And I was one thing about the supply chain. They say the factories are running again. There are videos, and you know how every Chinese company, 50% is owned by the state. So every Chinese company is Chinese communist state. Yeah. Every one of them. Yeah. And so what we have now, the Chinese president Winnie the Pooh said, I'm going to check if you're running again, and you need to run again, virus or not. And we're going to look at the power usage. And now I see videos of factories of factory owners, they go to their factory because there is no worker. Before this, there was this Chinese New Year. So a lot of these workers are still on the countryside. Why would they go to the city with all the risks? First, they need to quarantine and get sick. They stay with their families because there's food over there. So these factories don't have any workers, and the factory owner goes to the factory. He puts on all the machines. He puts on all the air conditionings. He puts everything that uses power.
Maximum power usage. Yeah.
So they upstream they see, oh, he's using power, so he's running again. But in reality, there's nothing running. There are no.
Notice the lack of output.
That's the second step. But I hope the factory employee already escaped from the country. But the point.
It's all insane.
But my point is, this virus is not the biggest threat. It's the economic part, because we're going to have hyperinflation from here to Tokyo. But from that, there's also not coming in any parts for motor parts or for vehicles. It's all going to die down if we don't get the factories here. But even if we wanted to get the factories here, before you build a factory, you also need the expertise and the people, and they're all they're with pension or they're in the ground. so this is a huge problem, and the biggest bomb is that we're not going to have any supplies, and I think this could go very wrong, because at this point, we talked earlier about 75 years of peace and everything went well. Well, that's going to stop now, and now people are going to get excited.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? So I had this argument. Okay,
I made my point.
After World War II, the economies of Europe were they weren't anything, were they?
Yeah, except for Germany, they had a good infrastructure.
What was left of it?
Well, this is one thing I want to add, and then I'll let you talk. It's not for nothing that the Americans decided that Germany should be the industrial capital of Europe. It's because they had the factories and the specialists, the people were there.
Yeah, they had the people. They were very good at manufacturing. But my point is this: is that the economic condition of Western Europe was abysmal, and yet it rebuilt, and it rebuilt relatively quickly.
Well, what kind of time span?
No, I mean, Germany was thriving by the mid-60s, so that's less than 20 years.
No, that's within a generation.
Yeah. So I mean, the point is I'm not saying it wouldn't be horrible, but the point is it's not the end of the world.
No, of course not. We still have each other, people.
Exactly. Because I was arguing that the most important thing you have is your health. And having lost a wife to cancer, I know this, right? If you don't have your health, you have nothing. But if you have your health, then not having anything else isn't half as bad. If you said to me, right, well, you can be wealthy, but ill, or you can have your health and poor, I'm sorry, it's not even a choice. I'll be healthy and poor.
Can I add a little bit on that? Because after the Second World War, that's I call this a kind of a 0 point. This is a 0 point. We have to start. But even if we would go to that 0 point, we still have computers, mobiles, vehicles, equipment. We have it here. And I think if it would go that far, we need to reset the economy. I mean, we have farmers here. We have food. The only thing, and we have, and especially the Netherlands, we still have a lot of farmers. That's a different subject, but at this point we still have. So we can always trade for gas and fuel and stuff like that. Yeah. So we're not completely lost.
No, exactly. This was my point.
Question, sorry, because we go further into conversation. I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt that now, because you were also guys talking about the 5G network a few minutes ago.
Yeah. Yes.
Is it going to go in the Netherlands, Cheesehead?
Oh, it's going to be worldwide. There's no question about it. It's
Yeah.
unstoppable.
What was that? I can't find it anymore, and I don't know if it's a bullshit or not. But apparently, in the Netherlands, where there was a place they were testing it already,
Yes.
and there was reports on a whole flock of birds just dying suddenly without fucking reason, and someone linked it to 5G.
Yes, but yeah, this is hard.
Because there are also voices, and I really don't know. That
You-
apparently it might cause really more cancer, more sickness.
Your Wi-Fi is on 3.5 or at 3.5 and 5 gigahertz. Depends how modern you are.
Yeah.
And that's a shorter wavelength than the 5G, and a shorter wavelength means more energy. So your Wi-Fi router and your telephone is more unhealthy than such a mast, but such a tower. But let's put it this way: if you would go sit on that tower, I probably wouldn't be able to have any children anymore. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
So it's also how far are you away from the source?
Yes, it's the
But and there are now all these crazy people putting those things onto fire because it could have caused COVID. This is totally nonsense.
Yeah, that's
No,
crazy.
But the birds, the birds is a different story, because birds, it's still kind of a mystery how they know their way when they go from the winter to the south.
Yeah.
And back again. It's still a kind of mystery how they do it, because if you take one of these birds or a couple of them and you put them in a different country, they still know their way. And that's with the postal pigeons, for example.
Yeah.
And they think that they do it on the magnetic field of the Earth.
Yeah.
And it can be that kind of wavelengths are interfering with that. But if they should die, I don't know. They should get confused if it's having an effect. So there are kind of things that still needs to be examined. But to say that people are falling dead and getting cancer, if you have the old television sets, the tubes, if you're sitting 2 meters before that's more radiation than the tower is doing at 400 meters away. That's the
Yeah, but the idea was that we will have what I've heard, and again, that there will be such a concentration of it right now, and they build new towers, and they will be, especially in the cities, that will be a problem.
What can be, and this is my theory, because cancer is from all times, but in modern times it's on the rise. So what it can be, it's an addition. So you have the televisions, the telephones, but also what's put in your food, and all the electoral equipment. If you add all these things up, that could be an explanation why cancer patients are why there are more patients of that. It's more like an addition, but I would not say it's just one source. That doesn't make any sense.
You not say just be afraid of 5G all of a sudden, because what you have at home, it's already worse.
I have a different problem with 5G, and it's not the radiation. I think a lot of things about radiations, because it's very mysterious, of course, and especially you need a bit of knowledge to comprehend it. But there's a lot of fantasy stories and a lot of making afraid stories, because you also have different kind of radiations, and they're all dangerous, but it depends on the situation. So if you have alpha radiation, it's really not hurtful because it can go through the skin. But if you would digest it, it goes into your body. It does the most damage. So it's also it's also the situation what radiation is dangerous and which is not. And I think there are a lot of people they are afraid because of ignorance. but there has been a lot of studies on this, and they can easily pinpoint the thresholds, what is acceptable in respect of safety and what is not acceptable. So that is already known. I wouldn't be afraid of the radiation. If you would be afraid of the radiation, you need to take it broader. You need to take everything with it, with all the things going around us, with all the electrical equipment, the television screens, and and the things they put in our foods. If you add this up, I think it becomes a bigger risk.
But what's your problem with 5G?
Oh, that's the socially part, because 5G that puts the authority gives the authorities more possibilities, technical possibilities. Let's put an example. If you have a car and there's a stop sign, you can put a chip in that stop sign that communicates with your car. For an example, and maybe your car will stop automatically. Maybe it drives automatically, and this would make automatic driven cars a possibility, because you can put the chips everywhere. But those chips can also read your phone, and these chips can read everything. Where the possibilities are endless. And in what kind of society are you creating where everything is known, every movement? It's not only the car, but it can be in your toaster or in your refrigerator, and they can all communicate without wires with these towers. And we're already having a problem with our data if it comes to privacy with Google and all the authorities. If you have the secret services, they already know a lot about us, and they say they don't do it, but they do it. I know a guy. I don't know him. I talked to a guy once who was in the telecom sector, and there are fields of hard disks, you have server rooms, but you also have fields of these rooms with only hard disks. And there are people who taking out the old hard disks and putting in new hard disks, and they are not getting destroyed. They are all getting, they're all in a storage. So from the internet.
But on the plus side,
yeah,
if you have a haystack, it becomes harder and harder to find the needle as the haystack grows.
You could say that, but what in that haystack if it's not a needle, but it's a rope, and you can follow the rope to the needle?
No, but it's not. What you're talking about is all these discs is a massive haystack.
Yeah, I understand what you mean, but you can backtrack.
Yeah.
So you it's not like it's not useful. If I take a point in time from now and I want to know everything about Dick Cheesehead, they can backtrack everything.
Yeah, they can backtrack if they know on which disc to even look, because when you have that many discs, and you're saying they take them offline, they don't destroy them, are they online anymore? It is a non-trivial activity to actually access that data.
Yes, John, but at the same time, if I keep it and I lie that I don't keep it, but I keep it, then that means that I want it for something. And if
I'm not saying that. I'm talking purely
Let
technical.
me finish, John. Let me finish, please. Let me finish. And if I want to use, there is a maybe possibility that I develop how to find it, because I know I will have a lot of it.
As it stands, there are particular problems in computing that are non-solvable, and they know it. And so it's essentially certain problems don't scale, and so all I'm saying is if you have enough disks, it becomes a severe technical problem to actually know even what's on the disks.
Okay.
Yeah,
And you
but
can't just search them because there's too much data. Is my point. It is actually a physical problem.
yeah, but now you're assuming there's no system in this, and
That was my point.
I really have a hard time believing they would all put this in storage and they wouldn't know how to search in this. I think that
Oh, you haven't met management then.
I know artists working in ICT. I think they know what they're doing.
Okay.
But yeah, the point is, it's a very scary development, and this was maybe 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Who's saying they're using still hard disks?
Yeah, but here's my point, right? Okay. I can never explain to most people cannot understand, they cannot grasp why it is impossible to get a rival to YouTube, for example. And it's a technical problem. Because you take a company that there was one called VidMe, and people liked it, and it died because it was successful. When people started to use it, it just died. It couldn't expand. It couldn't cope. And it was a tiny little platform. In order to get a platform the size of YouTube would require a phenomenal investment, incredible technical expertise, which no one's going to do without the demand, right? So how do you grow it to that? And it's the same with something like all these discs. It is a phenomenal technical issue. And ironically, if you keep, it's like over time, the amount of data will grow. Not linearly, but it will expand perhaps geometrically, right?
Yes.
So you haven't even got a stable, a static problem. You've got a dynamic problem that just as you're trying to work out how to access more and more data, it's growing ahead of you.
Mm-hmm.
You with me?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so what I'm not seeing is any trivial level. You see, let's put it like this, right? So your average video is quite a relatively large piece of data. When you upload the video, you upload metadata. All Google has to do, YouTube have to do, is keep track of the metadata. It's given the metadata. So when it wants to serve something up, it's a relatively simple process. We're not talking that in this case, are we? We're talking just stuff. So all that stuff has to be processed, analyzed, metadata generated from it, the metadata stored somehow into a system that means something somehow, even though it could be anything. You with me?
Mm-hmm.
That it's a fundamentally different order of problem than the names, titles, and tags on a video. That make even YouTube, which is a monumental engineering effort in its own right, child's play.
Okay, but then one question. Why then say I'm destroying it and not to destroy it?
I cannot tell you their motives. I am merely looking at the technicalities of having this data and mining it.
And what about the idea to put it aside till the day comes that they do have the technical capability.
Because, as I say, the problem is growing geometrically over time, because the longer they wait before doing anything, the bigger and bigger and bigger the pile of things they've got. And you get to a point where just physically handling all that data, you know.
But at the same time, I don't know what about your question, Cheesehead. What about keeping it when we have that? But I'm.
John is saying that this problem is just like a virus exponentially growing. So you can solve the problem behind you, but in front of you, it only gets worse.
But the thing is that I still don't believe that so many of them, because we talk tremendously a lot, would be stored without possibility to be used.
Oh.
Because so you need to either have already something, either really have something promising that you are developing.
There is a reason that they're collecting it. Yeah. I couldn't tell you why.
But here's the thing, right? Okay, so just consider how many people there are. 7 billion. So
I understand the complication of that.
Yeah. You see what I'm trying to say is when everything is just a blob of data that you have to analyze for sense, let's just say that the evidence so far is that there's no intelligent analysis of data. How do I know? Because when Twitter wanted to look at who was the most racist, they found that black people were the most racist toward black people, because they couldn't distinguish between people using the same words in a friendly way amongst themselves as opposed to as an offensive term to somebody you didn't like.
What word was that? What
well,
word?
you know, the term.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the point is that
nice try, Cheesecake.
Algorithms are dumb.
Yeah, I understand this. Algorithms do exactly how do you design them. That there's no interpretation.
The honestly say they have the technology. Facebook does it, and
well, Facebook might do things, but I doubt what it does is actually very good.
And you don't expect this new technology from the quantum computers that they can do.
Okay, so I watched a very interesting stream talking about quantum computing. And quantum computers are not what most people think they are.
I understand they are very good at cracking.
No. Actual quantum computing, as people envisage it, isn't possible. Because what people think is that you use quantum states. Except you could never write or read these quantum states. So it's a physical impossibility. It's nonsense. What you can have as quantum computers, and I forget exactly now, is doing things at a much smaller scale, but it's still essentially the same technology. Because the problem with a computer is you have to be able to set data and process data and read data. And you can't do that at the subatomic level. Because we don't have that control. How do you control something at a subatomic level?
No, okay. There are ways to
no, but we're talking about a computer. We're not talking about in a high-speed accelerator under Switzerland. We're talking about an
I
actual
understand.
computer.
Okay. Well. I still have a problem with 5G, but it's also not something I think we can
Well, my
stop.
problem with 5G is what they call them, Hawaii, or whatever they're called, Hawaii.
The Chinese Communist Party that knows everything about us,
Yeah.
about the whole world. This is amazing, people. This is something we should not do.
Yeah.
I'm really wary of this.
It's not the technology; it's the company implementing the technology.
But can I ask you this? We're already living in this, but what company or what authority would you trust with this kind of power?
None.
No.
But still, we're inventing this and we're putting it out there.
No, I quite agree. But then you see, I'm not one of these free market sorts who likes corporations. I think corporations are every bit as bad as government. Being private doesn't.
Yeah, but in the old days, companies didn't get bigger than governments, and now they're bigger and more powerful than governments.
When you say the old days,
No.
I have a romantic idea.
No, when you say the old days, the whole point about Standard Oil was it had the monopoly of oil in America.
Oh,
And
this is terrible.
It's a natural. Okay, here's the thing. It is the inevitable evolution of companies to try and become monopolies. It's what they do.
It's but it's also their obligation to do this.
Yes, it's just an inevitability. If you get economies of scale, you will grow, and the ultimate economy of scale is to be 100%. And you also optimize your market control because you're the only provider, and you can therefore manipulate the market to what you want to produce instead of having to respond to it. This is a natural evolution of an economic system, and most types of business aren't prone to this because the cost of entry to the market isn't sufficiently high. However, especially in IT, the cost of entry is so high, you get natural monopolies or effective monopolies. Like, they're not literal monopolies, but they're effectively monopolies. And I actually witnessed this firsthand with Microsoft. I saw all its competitors in all its key markets fall away for no other reason than they weren't Microsoft, and Microsoft had the operating system. And so what was happening was every customer made Microsoft the monopoly. Microsoft didn't make itself the monopoly. All the customers made it the monopoly because every customer wanted to use a compatible system with other customers. And once Microsoft got a lead, it just went, dominated the market. And that's what happened with Google, and that's what happened with YouTube. And so this is why you get these types of things in particular markets that are not prone to competition. Now, you're talking about monopoly of production. I remember about 10 years ago, I was buying stuff for a computer and I wanted a hard drive. And I bought a hard drive and it was pretty cheap. And then there was a fire. I think it was in the Hitachi factory. And for 5 years, the cost of hard drives would double. Because the fire in that one factory slashed worldwide production. Why? Because the cost of creating a factory is so high, there are barely any factories. It's a consequence of their technology. In order to get the economies of scale to make the technology cheap enough, it has become so concentrated that you are then vulnerable to these things. And we've had, you asked Real Raven, he had a similar problem with his chip. He wanted a new chip, and there were flaws in it, and so they wouldn't produce it. But there's like no one else to make these chips. You know.
This is.
But people think. But I mean, then I was listening to someone, and he was saying, "Oh yeah, healthcare should be like groceries." No, healthcare is not like groceries. There's a reason why the market works for groceries and it doesn't work for healthcare. Because you can't just throw another hospital up. You know, these things are not equivalent. And people, if you look at the one industry using the model of a totally different, incompatible industry, you don't understand how it works.
Yeah. How? Yeah. I find this hard to swallow, and not that I'm not believing you, but certainly not. But I still want to believe that there's an escape route here.
But here's the problem. That is, you want that, but we have to look at the reality. This is the problem. You have to look at the reality, and it's not that there can't be an escape. It's that it will be painful.
It's gonna be a hardship like the one we are going to feel now with all the production gone in China.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
Look at the damage they've done. The British East India Company.
Nee, but journalists is also YouTube, Facebook, and Google.
The British East India Company was folded in about 1860. And they ruled India pretty well at the time.
I still think we should have colonized the whole world. I still think this would be the right choice.
Well, no, because the British model was you colonize them, give them all the solid foundational institutions, then you bugger off again. After letting them kick and scream for a while.
Well, I don't know that that's going to work because another African examples, they kicked out a white farmer from Zimbabwe.
Where the infrastructure the colonists put in place was just used properly, they've done relatively well. Where they've gone mental, like, getting rid of all the farmers without learning to farm, it's not gone so well.
They're going to learn in South Africa as well.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing is that the regimes who took over in Zimbabwe and South Africa, for example, were essentially communists, right?
Yes.
And they were communists because of the struggle they had to get there, right? So that was the sort of ideology that was able to grab hold amongst the disaffected. And once you've got an ideology of communism leading your government, you've got problems.
Obviously. I want to take one street back because now the communist thing comes up, and I was the WHO, in English you call it the WHO, but the WHO, the World Health Organization.
We don't call it we call it the WHO. It's just a joke. That is.
Well, we can also call it the Chinese Health Organization. That guy, that something.
Yeah.
That it's a communist. He has connections with Ethiopia, and he also wanted to put Mugabe from Zimbabwe. He's now dead. But he also wanted to put him in some kind of council of food and aggregational stuff like that. It's really bizarre. But that whole WHO is also in the pocket of the communists. Have you seen that interview of the Taiwanese
I
lady?
haven't, but I've heard about it. But no,
Okay.
we need to just scrap all these supranational organizations.
Oh yeah,
Just
the
get rid of them all.
the United Nations should have been cancelled 40 years ago. I still think this, but my point is, this was well, it's really bizarre, but it was also kind of funny. This Taiwanese reporter asked this guy from the WHO. They asked him from why is Taiwan kicked out of the council.
Mhm.
And he said, I can't hear you. Sorry, the connection is wrong.
Yeah.
And then she tries to ask it again on another way. He says, and he looks in the camera, and poof, the connection is gone.
Yeah,
Okay,
we've seen those sorts of interviews.
okay, and she tried to call again, right? And he was again, there you are, something went wrong. And okay, you were asking, and she does ask the same question again. Oh yeah. How was Taiwan doing? Because they got the virus under control very easily.
Yeah.
And he says, yeah, China has done it great, and China this, and China such, and China was really, really good, because he wouldn't admit that Taiwan is. He couldn't say that Taiwan was a different part. It was not China. It was an isolated part, but he cannot do this because the Chinese still think Taiwan and Hong Kong. It's China. So oh yeah, we just, and then he said something like, you just asked that question. Should we go to the next one?
Yeah.
Wow. But I don't see this anywhere in our media, and it shouldn't be a surprise we don't see this. But why we have 4 years of Russia, or it's man bad, Russia, or it's man bad. 4 years. And we don't hear a single word about this. And you cannot say to me that this has nothing to do with Chinese influence, because they're in movies, they're in gaming, because they do it in Hollywood, but they also do it on Steam. If something is not in the game that they like, they won't buy it. And why would a gaming company make the same game twice if you do it once? And that's how they put their censorships into these things. But it's in more things. It's in all these kind of hobbies, and they're everywhere. And the Dutch media, no, they are not in the pockets of the Chinese, but they are just stupid and lazy, and they just copy the things from the Guardian and the CNN, and so that's how it comes in our news circle, because they don't do any journalism.
So neither do the Guardian or CNN.
And this is the thing: these people trying to moralize us, while they are defending the most murderous people on this planet.
That's because it's a common deflection tactic to go on the offensive when you've got something to hide.
But they're a bunch of psychopaths.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
If you are right in the head, you are not doing this. If you have some compassion, and I'm also not a guy that does everything by the book. I mean, you can be a little bit cheeky. That's okay. Then
don't set yourself up for any falls in case the government are watching.
I have no regrets, mate. I have no regrets. I don't care.
Don't admit to anything.
But the thing is, this is the same question again, but this boggles my mind. All these people, 4 years Orange Man bad, and look at these poor refugees. And whilst they're all young men coming from Afghanistan and Somalia, what are they doing there? They're even coming from everywhere.
Yeah.
And now we're talking about a murderous regime that's sending us bad batches of masks, putting our healthcare workers into danger. Where are these journalists? And there's something else, and this is not addressed. And this got my attention with another guy who, I don't know, Sam, if you know Erik de Vlieger. He's a businessman. He used to have a lot of buildings here in the Netherlands.
Okay.
And he also invested in Fokker. That sounds really weird in
the
English.
German airplane manufacturer.
Yeah, it was an airplane, but it was a Dutch airplane.
Oh, was it?
Dutch, yes, please. We're not Germans.
No,
Then
no,
the
no.
German
It's just the
fighting with
Germans used it in the war.
But it went wrong, and that company failed. Okay, you're a businessman. You take risks, and sometimes you lose. This happens. He knows this, but the journalists went after him like bloodhounds. And I'm sometimes looking at this tweet timeline, and in the past I see this, and he says a lot of these people are on cocaine, and I think that this cocaine is making these people psychopathic.
And
No, I think they were psychopaths already.
No, it's an amplifier.
No, but you know what? Because we wonder, a lot of times we wonder why media this, why politicians that, why our governments this. And I think lately, because there is a lot of things are happening that when I was, watching the learning the history and just sitting at school, and later when I was very young, so when I was like everything I was happy at the age of 15, that's not going to happen anymore, is happening now. And it's a lot of weird and bizarre things happening. And I have to think about one of those videos from the class of Jordan Peterson when he explained something to the students, and he said to his students, I'm paraphrasing now, but the rest of it was, you have to be careful with that, what I'm going to tell you now, because it's not always the rule. But sometimes, when you really, really, really cannot understand why someone is doing something, when you can't find the logic, the reason, you just can't understand it, you look at the how you call it, outcome of it,
Yeah.
and that's the reason. And it's not to be overused and used lightly, but sometimes when you really can't understand why something is happening, you look at the outcome of what certain person does. And he made that, I think, regardless lecture about Hitler. If I remember it well, and you look at the outcome, and that might be the reason. And a lot of really things that we cannot understand is happening right now. And maybe it's the times to look at the outcome. When we look at mainstream media, when we look at our politicians, maybe it's the time to look at the outcome and seriously think if that's the reason. Because I can't just...
One question, then I'll let you speak. You mean look at the people who benefit?
Benefit or what's happening, because we tend to think that we tend to believe that people not we in general, but a lot of people tend to think that, how do I articulate it? People who benefit one way or another, because you might be benefiting just by causing mayhem because you want to cause mayhem. You just don't have to see the benefit only strict as I get more money, because there is a lot of things like we look at why politicians do that. And you would think that we've had it some things in this country, we've had it 10 years ago. It didn't work or whatever, and it caused more chaos. And this I cannot pronounce this word at the moment. Destabilization?
Yeah.
Destabilized, our society. And with some decisions, we are like, how come? It really doesn't take a rocket science with some, and maybe we need to look at, okay, but maybe that's the outcome that is wanted by certain people.
I know what you mean.
I cannot articulate it really now.
If you Stefan Molyneux, he's a mixed bag. Sometimes he says things, oh Jesus, Stefan, you're so very wrong. And other times he makes a couple of good points, and he says, well, he has a word for it. I've forgotten it, but he says, and I completely agree. I came to the same conclusion that you need to stop listening to people what they are saying, and you need to look at what they are doing.
Yeah. No, absolutely. But
and
you know,
he
you learn
spot on.
that as a child, if you've any sense.
Yeah.
Well, you don't. John, you live at 3 a.m. in the night, and you don't come outside. But those people outside,
Yeah.
they are not at this point. What I was just saying. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's just like that movie from how does it called? That guy that created Halloween. How does
Tim Burton.
Tim Burton was good in
No,
his old days, but
not Halloween. John
I
Carpenter, Stephen
yeah,
King.
John Carpenter.
John
He also made *A Mouth of Madness*, a couple of good movies. But one of his movies I really like, and I think you know, They Live. They Live with the sunglasses.
I don't.
Okay, this is about it's quite a funny movie, but it is also some social commentary. He comes from he's coming to the city, and he's looking good. He's looking really fit and a nice guy and a likable figure. And he's coming to the city to go to work. He goes to work in construction site, but something is off. And at some point, he comes across to some kind of resistance, and he gets some glasses. And when he puts on the sunglasses, he sees the world for what it really is. And then he sees the signs, and the signs don't say Coca-Cola, but they say you need to obey, you need to buy. And when he puts on the sunglasses, but he also sees some people with the sunglasses who are aliens, who are controlling us.
Yeah.
And it's really. I sometimes find this really comparable with the situation us that there is a certain group that well, this is not a surprise that this is from all times, but that is manipulating and controlling us. But it's not the Illuminati and all that kind of weird shit. It's not that exciting. It's just the people with deep pockets, and I mean the multinationals and the bankers, and it's not so exciting.
This is for the point I was saying earlier. These things are inevitable. That if you can, right, somebody will. If you know, if you take any way of manipulating, exploiting, or whatever people, it's not that everyone who can will, but somebody who can will.
Yeah.
But this is the thing that this is the reality of things. I can accept that, but those people who are doing this, they should be. I think the strong should take care of the weak, and this is something I took from you, John. Also, the people with the big pockets, they have a responsibility that people are not voting in socialism.
Yeah.
And the only thing, and you need to make them comfortable, okay, but you need to do anything to make their lives or anything. You shouldn't abuse them. You don't even have to make them comfortable, but at least don't abuse them. That's the minimal thing, I think.
Yeah, but the problem is that the power corrupts, and
not when I'm in charge.
Yeah,
I'm going to do it completely different.
Of course, you'll get communism right.
And I really hope, don't get me wrong, and I really hope you're joking. Because
yes, that was a joke. Of course,
yeah,
it was.
Yeah, because for most people that's not true, and that's the problem. And I think we are at the stage right now that even the people who would want to change it something for better, if they, and I'm not talking people like Trump, who's 70 fucking something, he already has his connections, he has a lot of money, blah blah blah, right?
Yes.
But the newcomers, let's say, I think the situation is really that bad and corrupted at the moment that even if there are people who do try to change something for better, they already kind of, without a chance, most of them anyway.
Well, I have to say that my view is the very intention of changing things for the better is misguided.
Yes.
It is hubris and there are so many ways that things can get worse and so few ways in which things can get better that the chance of somebody making a deliberate change that produces a net good is so minuscule, and that improvements in society happen despite deliberate efforts, usually, rather than because of them.
Usually, people who have a plan with society are usually people who don't have any knowledge how society actually works.
Yeah.
And
I mean, the classic example is, right, so we've heard of the single mother problem in America, especially amongst the black community. And it can be traced directly back to the policies of Lyndon B. Johnson in 1965. And they deliberately set out to help the poor with policies that created a massive incentive for single mother families. So out of a alleged good intention, they've caused so many problems in the modern United States and other countries.
That's a real tragedy what's happening in those communities.
Yeah, but it was all done on purpose.
Yeah.
Because they couldn't think through the obvious, and they were obvious, consequences of what they were suggesting. And so the negative side effects are far outweigh the supposed benefits.
Well, it was obvious, or it's obvious now to us.
No. It's obvious if you can think holistically about the problem they faced and the solutions available to them. But when you put in a provision that says you will only fund women when they're single and when there's no father in the house, and you cannot see that will create a disincentive to have intact families, then you are either malicious or a moron.
Yeah, you're right there. For example, and I think Mod is always going on about, and I was very, very surprised when he told me that the first time that in the Netherlands, like if both parents are working, they pay less taxes than when there is a one income household. And I'm like, this is supporting both parents working and dumping children to the daycare.
Yeah, but those people who claim to defend the poor and help them, why would they get rid of the poor? That's their whole consensus.
Yeah.
I mean,
how do you get rid?
Now, why? Okay, I'm a politician and I say to poor, I'm going to help you. Free stuff for everybody.
No, but here's my point. You don't have to have that cynical view. All you have to have is understand that the limitations with which problems are viewed will inevitably lead to failure, because the side effects they don't anticipate will massively outweigh the intention. And that you don't have to ascribe to them bad intention. You can be fully generous and say they can have the best intention in the world, doesn't matter. Because the problem is you get people who say, oh, but they mean well. Don't give a shit if you mean well. Do not give a shit if you mean well. I give a shit as to what's going to happen.
But that's also more important. But again, those people outside, they are how do you say that? They're I call them emotional handicapped. And I read another person who wrote down a concept like a term like how do you say it? Incontinent. Do you know this word?
Yes.
If you're leaking, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's emotional incontinence. People are not able, in some way, to prevail their ratio above their emotion. how do you say? Okay, our emotions. So people are emotional. 4 of the 5 choices you make are based on emotion.
I actually watched a series by a neuroscientist, and he reckoned all decisions are based in emotion. That the emotional faculty is necessary in order to make decisions.
Yeah, because that's the driving force. That's the motivation.
Yeah.
But if you want to get a goal done, you need to use your mind and not your emotion.
Yeah.
And but this is not the case. If I'm looking to a discussion on our television for a couple of minutes, and then I go away, and there's every time in this so-called talk shows a guy says, well, with this virus, for example, okay, we need to discuss when we're going to reopen, because, okay, it's very sad that this strategy is going on, but what are we going to protect? Because if the economy falls, we have a bigger problem, and it will be a very more dark place. And those people on the table, they're getting hysterical, and old people killer, and all this, and wow, you don't have your emotions under control.
People mostly.
Yeah, because unfortunately, there are different types of people. There are people who can think objectively, and people who think emotionally, and the people who think emotionally tend to do well in exactly those public-facing ones, because they have a very rapid thought and can make very use sophistry to make convincing sounding but actually incorrect arguments. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Facts don't matter.
I think it's
but they sound like they're being factual, but in fact they're not.
I know what you mean.
Also, I think easy to appeal to compassion of most people. And what I think, because you say those people, I suspect they are not that old. I think we also, we, even when I look at my generation, which I call a little bit of lost generation, I'm like, okay, I had the moment that I've lived through the communism, and then I saw it, but very little. I also wasn't, I wasn't interrogated. I was a kid, for God's sake. Everything that my father experienced, it was actually before I was born, so it was terrible, but it wasn't in front of my eyes, so to speak. So we live in relative peace, or at least in this part of the world. We do not, people my age and younger, do not tend to believe that we could go to war, that it's a real possibility. We have easy lives. I mean, I still remember when we would go for shopping with my mother in Poland, you would be fucking 50th or 100th in the queue, and then you would buy just bread, and then you would go to the next shop to hope to buy some meat. But now, that was, my childhood, which you also see differently, right? It was pain in the ass for my mother. It was only a little bit boring for me when I have to compare how it was for her. But you have a computer, you have a lot of distractions, you have books, you have games, you have car, you have bike, you have relatively easy life, and we lack toughness and realization. Life goes on, and people do get sick, people die, terrible things happen, and I think we are just became very, very soft, and this is when that emotional level rise. How can we let this happen? As soon as you call, that people are dying,
and
you cannot discuss anything else, because that's the most terrible thing, that people are dying, and you cannot.
I understand, but it's also people are scared to lose their comfortable lives. It's not all about other people. And I said at the beginning of the stream, this is the first time in 75 years here in the Netherlands that we are being challenged. And the reaction that, and this is not even the worst crisis that could happen. War is way worse. And it's not something I want to experience. But in these 75 years, and I fully agree with you, we've become very weak and soft. And we don't have to all to be soldiers and commandos. That's the other side. We don't have to be fascist, but we've been how do you say floating in some kind of our fantasy world.
Well,
Yeah, and it's
sorry. I was going to say, I have this view that we value as a species, right? We value whatever is rare, whatever we don't have. And we quickly become complacent of what we have in abundance. So what we've had in abundance is freedoms and wealth. And so we become very complacent about those things.
And it all breaks down because of a little virus.
Yeah.
Amazing, isn't it? Okay, it's bad, but I think it's fascinating.
Better than war.
Oh, goddamn, I never want to experience that.
No, but people were calling for war a couple of years ago. People were saying, oh, we need a war. We need something to reset society. We're all too soft. And I'm thinking, you don't mean that. If you knew what it meant, you wouldn't mean that.
It's a far from your bed show. That's how we call it. It's far from your bed.
Yeah.
So it's especially with the second Gulf War with all the cameras. It looks like it looks like a video game.
I mean, you've got to consider how the peoples of Europe reacted at the outbreak of World War I. Everyone was signing up, going, "Hey, we'll be home for Christmas. It'll be a lark."
Yeah. Went a little bit different.
Yeah, that illusion went away very quickly.
Yeah, but the point is that was 100 years ago, so it's not like it's only a modern problem.
No, for example, like even people who haven't lived through the war, but had parents who lived through the war, those were probably it's a little bit like I have parents who grew up and had most of their lives up to some point in a communistic country. You hear the stories, and even if you weren't at war, but it's still like a lot of your family died, even uncles, and then you had the parents who have gone through that terrible thing. And now we have a generations of people who don't even know that from first-hand stories anymore.
Yeah.
And
that's what I'm saying. We become adjusted to the new conditions very, very quickly.
Yeah, but that's also a positive thing, because if it goes the other way, we also will adapt again. So that there's some hope in there. We will adapt. The big question is, what will be the cost?
Yeah, to be honest, we will adapt, but I see, I don't know, we've gone very, very, very soft.
Well, I think worse than soft, we become very, our societies have become very, we support a lot of unnecessary activity, shall we say.
Yes, and we just don't have really a lot of consequences we used to have in society. We don't, because we have welfare. When I talk to other people, for example, about the fact that when you talk really, really early days, a single mother would have terrible life. Her kid would have terrible life. They would be really poor, starving to death. And then a lot of people could tell me, because I used to actually have this conversation, like, yeah, but you don't understand the other part, that there was a lot of marriages that were unhappy, and everything was shoved under the rug, and they didn't get divorced, and they had unhappy lives. So it's better than people can divorce, and it's not fault of the children, so you get a welfare. And I'm like, it's not fault of the children, but I'm sorry, there will be always people who will make mistake and have unhappy life. I'm sorry for those people. But the thing is that society worked better.
Yeah.
You had unhappy people who would stay in the marriage because they were very dependent, right? Because there was no welfare state. There, people, you know, in society, it wasn't really accepted, for example, right, to divorce. So you had those unhappy people and even unhappy children. At the same time, we went so much concentrated on that you have to be happy in life and look for a happiness. And if you're unhappy, then change it. And then we support divorces. And then everything is unraveling because you have more crime, more chance that you know, children with one parent's household will be abused, then grow up to actually have a poor life due to the choices they will make.
The statistical chances for
we are getting
for a single child of a single mother are terrible compared
yeah,
to
and we are getting poorer as a society because well, we pour a lot of money that could be, you know, put in our defenses, in our schooling system, in our healthcare system, but we are pouring a lot of money into those things to help. Even if I only look, you know, welfare for single mothers, and for everyone, it gets better because we have mercy on few, and the few is growing and growing and growing. In Poland, what did my government a few years ago? My memory doesn't work so well, so I don't know if it was a year ago or it was 2 years ago. But there is a program called program as if the plan for a country was 500 plus. That means that if I have a child, okay, then I have a second child, I get 500 zloty. Then I have a third child, I get another 500 zloty. That's 1,000 in total, and so on. And now, just after a few years, we have more and more problems with financing this.
Yeah.
Things go really worse. The explanation of the government was that, you know, that way we will support again, that we will have more children because we need it. A lot of now, there was a survey going that I don't remember how much percentage, but really like, I don't know, close to 50%. Like, really, a lot of mothers said that they actually had the children to get the money.
Yeah.
Those mothers are more likely are not going to be a devoted mothers. Let's put it this way. So there will be a generations of children who will be poorly raised, poorly brought up if you're not devoted parent, right? So, you know, in a 10, 20 years from now, we might experience more crime, more unemployment, more welfare needed, simply by children having poor households because the mothers had the children to have the money.
Yeah, that's not a good reason, is it?
But now people also, but now they cannot take it away because poor children. And I'm like, we are often at the stages it has to get worse before it gets better.
Yeah.
But you talk about human beings, so it's very difficult to also to make that decision, I guess, which I understand. It should be difficult to make that decision, if that makes sense.
No, okay, so here's the fundamental problem with any of these issues, right? You have deserving cases and people who exploit the system because they can. Policies can be put in place. I'm not saying are, but they can be put in place with the best of intentions to help those who need help. But will inevitably result in people hopping on board to exploit the same system, right?
Yes.
And the problem is when you do things as a government to people in general blindly by system, that's inevitable.
Yeah.
The only way you can do, differentiate the needy widow from the what's the word? The woman who has a lot of sex. Got the word for that.
I don't know, but we know what you mean.
Yeah. Who is more than happy to have kids by several fathers, right? And have it all paid for by the state. The only way to differentiate these is by knowing them. By the community saying, this is a deserving case, that is not a deserving case.
Yeah, but John, at the same time, this is what I don't understand.
No. Let me finish, please.
Okay.
Okay. So you can do that on a local level when people know each other, because it involves actually knowing people. And then you can say, we can help the needy, but not reward the exploiters and the chancers, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you can't do that in a large government, and this is the problem. They're trying to do through large states things that cannot possibly work.
Okay, John, but there is one thing that that it's a bit double to me, and maybe I'm going to say now something incredibly fucking stupid, but I'm going to say it. This fucking government, if I have now like chat with mods, and in a year from now chat with whatever dude, and in a 2 years from now chat with whatever dude, every fucking thing is registered. They will pull my name in this country. If I want any kind of benefit, help, whatever, I'm in the system, and they actually see that, oh, this child has a father, mod. This child has a father, this child has another third father, so you can see that as well.
Yeah. No, but that's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. I'm not talking about the fact. Sorry, I was just using an extreme example. My point is that there are people who are honest, right, and are genuinely fallen into hard times, right? People who you would want to help, and there are people who are just lazy and just rely on the system because they can.
But I think it goes a little bit more nuanced.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, I wasn't giving a nuanced description. I was just giving a very simplistic description on purpose for time purposes. My point being is that in order for a system like this to work, it has to operate at the individual level, and it can't operate at the individual level because everything's done by these huge bureaucratic states, by strangers.
But even if it could run only in a smaller part, so you have a community, so everyone knows each other, right? That wouldn't, I don't know if it would solve the problem, because what other thing you need, and we forgot that in society and we don't do it anymore, is like proper education from home. Because a woman who I know who has another kid with another father, and I actually know a woman like that, right? And she's also like, she didn't mean to, he used her, and actually she's not the sharpest tool in the shed. So I believe she was being used because she's, again, really not the sharpest tool in the shed, and she made another wrong decision, but he's really trying, blah blah blah, fucking blah. So even at the community level, we have a question: do you want to help someone like that or not? We also need to support it with a proper education from homes.
Yeah, I didn't say it was the whole thing, did I? Did I?
I don't know, you lost me. I'm joking.
No, I mean, come on, don't criticize me for, in a very, very brief, simple assessment of a problem, say that I was trying to present a solution. I wasn't. I'm merely stating a problem. That the problem is welfare doesn't work in large bureaucratic systems where you don't know people, is my point.
And I think that welfare also, the one problem is with welfare, that it's also too much. I mean, I've known people on welfare that had better phones than me when I was working.
Yeah, and
like-
again, you see,
What is that?
but again, it all comes down to a similar thing, doesn't it? People can game the system because it's all anonymous, it's all vague, right? Whereas if you were in a community and people were being given aid because they needed it by people who know them, they wouldn't be getting so much that they could live a more comfortable lifestyle than if they were working.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? The two actually are different sides of the same thing.
Yeah, because I think it's also in the old days when you didn't have a welfare and you would rely on your family or a priest, in a church, they would also like straighten you out as well.
Yeah. Well, it's help. It's actually help, right?
Yeah, but
you don't need money. You need getting back to support yourself.
Yeah. So I help you, but I also will make sure you all will be. But even I've watched documentary on, and I don't know how true it is, but there was a survey made how was welfare worked in England just after war, the first year on welfare. And basically what they did, to make it a show out of it, they took the people who are nowadays jobless and in a welfare, but they would send people who would act as if it was whatever the year was that the welfare just started, the first few years, right? After the war. And for example, at one point, when you looked at this without like closer look, really thinking of what's going on, you could think that they were cruel and heartless, but actually they would push you more to find a job. Like there was a woman who was sitting so long at home and she couldn't believe she didn't even had a proper clothes to go to the job interview. She was so long stuck at home. And she didn't have the money to afford this. So they're like, okay, but you're going for the job interview. Here, you get a clothes from us. Proper clothes to go to the interview.
And what's that? That is personal intervention.
Yeah.
Addressing her specific needs and requirements, which is my whole point. You can't do it blindly by some bureaucratic diktat. You have to have some kind of personal touch. But it's getting the balance is my point. It's all about getting balance. You can't. The reason they introduced welfare was because there were hunger marches before the war. Mining communities in the north, that was where people were starving. That's why they introduced welfare, is because there had been a lack of provision beforehand. The problem is you introduce welfare, you go too far the other way.
Yeah.
And why? Because you're doing it at this grand national level instead of small and locally.
And I think at the moment there are really people behind it who realize this is how to push, certain people, certain parties in power. I'm really sorry. We see it in America.
Well, if you look at those I can say this, sociology, is that the right? How do you say it? Sociology. That sounds about right. If you have these sociologists, okay, they're mad, they're completely cuckoo, but they're not stupid. These are intelligent people.
Yeah, they're just they're evil geniuses. No, but they are. They have intelligence, but it's all misapplied.
I have nothing to add to this. That sounds about right. Maybe because it's all doom and gloom, we should take a look at the positive things of a kind of crisis of this magnitude.
Yeah, I think it will hope. I mean, as I say, what's been obvious to me for years is we have so much dead weight in our society. You know, the levels of taxation we have.
Yeah, but also people who are only taking and people who are
Yeah,
only
that's what I'm
giving.
saying, dead weight.
Yes.
You know, you can't sustain these levels of taxation. And,
Yep.
you know, you have people on welfare, but you also have all the massive state employment. And for instance, back in at the end of the 1990s, Tony Blair in Britain wanted to massively increase the number of people going to university. But he didn't give a shit as to what they studied. As if going to university was in and of itself a good, but it's not. Because what happens is you increase the cost and the duration of education to produce social studies and media studies and other bullshit studies graduates who produce nothing of value.
No, they're quite destructive even.
Yeah.
I would go
but
further.
so you've both borne the cost of educating them, and then you've borne the cost of having them in society.
And it's not only financial cost.
No, and then I'm not saying it's only financial cost, but you with me. And all these people are inherently pro-state because that's the only environment in which they thrive.
Plus, it's also like if you create a useless education, you give people the useless education, but you say, well, you know, respectable university, right? And you basically brainwash them into thinking, well, university, respectable, and people after university, they have jobs, right?
Yeah.
And then you can easily like explain them that it's capitalism is so bad. Look, you finish university and you cannot find a job. Of course, we're not going to tell you that the entire, 4 years of whatever you were studying was completely useless, and we knew that from the very beginning. It's fucking useless. It always will be useless, and it always was useless. But we name it university, and therefore we believe you have to be able to find a job. But hey, evil capitalism, look how terrible things are. Even you cannot find a job. And if you cannot find a job, think of all the other poor people who didn't get the education.
And it is the thing. It's the state taking care of himself. The state strongholding their own position in this matter.
Well, it's not just the state. That this is what I'm getting at, because you've got the state, whatever that means, because a state is an amorphous thing.
I mean the government.
No, but even the government's an amorphous thing. But you've got these people who are educated into a particular parasitic class, right?
Yeah.
And they don't have to be the state per se, but they're your Europhiles in Britain, right? They're your Remainers. Because they are wedded to that concept of governments and bureaucracies. And they're not wedded to individualism and production because they never produce anything in their lives. You know, if you're a, I don't know, advertising executive, I'm sorry, you've never done anything in your life. You know.
Yeah, but maybe there's a different element to this, a different aspect. You have a growing population, and they also need to get a function. I mean, and okay, you just can't give them food and water and a toilet, and that's it. That's your life. I mean, people need something to do. That's their nature.
Yeah.
So it's also a game from top down. How can I get these people all in a relation in this system? How can I all give them a certain kind of function, even if it's useless or small or big?
That sounds like communism.
I'm sorry, but what kind of a function in a society you will have after management of a free time study?
Yeah.
What will you do?
Yeah, and that's the thing.
I didn't say it's a productive function.
No, but that's the thing.
It's more.
They could have funded useful degrees and said, "Go do a useful degree."
What useful degrees? They're all already taken. So
No,
how many?
No. You say they're all already taken. I mean, there are many kinds of things you can study, but they were just being funneled into whatever. And if you're a kid, right, and you're of the less intelligent section of the ones who traditionally went to university, and you have all these courses that are known to be easy or relatively easy.
Yeah.
But you can say you finished university.
But so they're appealing. It becomes a self-perpetuating problem, because you have people who would never have gone previously because they weren't bright enough or it wasn't their life direction. And often for people who could do perfectly well in life, don't need university. And they were funneled into university, and it's like, well, we want to get a good degree, and we want to get our degree, so we'll go for something easy.
Yeah, and then you have people who, for example, in my days in Poland, like you would try to. We have I don't know what English system is, but just for you, Cheesehead and the Dutch viewers, we have a really different system than the Netherlands. So basically, I have to go to school, like high school, and then after that high school, I have to get my diploma. So I have exams from several subjects like math, literature, and then history and foreign language and something else. I can't remember, bullshit. When you have this exam, when you passed, that you need this exam to open the way for yourself, the door to the university, but it's not like you can go. The fact that you pass this exam allows you to take another exam at the university you want to go to. Because I can go 4 years in high school and pass every year, and if I don't take or do not pass this final exam from my high school, I'm not allowed to go to try to do an exam to try to study, right? And people who, for example, didn't have enough points, let's say I want to study biology, but I didn't have enough points. So there were too many better people than I am, not enough places. So I didn't. I cannot study biology. Now I can wait 1 year and do the exam all over again, or I could study something else, and I could study something easier. Now I cannot remember if there was a certain if there was divided by, for example, if you study more science, could you still do administration or not? I can't remember, but there was, for example, a lot of people in administration that would go for a job for a state, right? There was people who weren't good enough to study what they actually wanted. But now, when you have even more bullshit studies, right? Then you have people who still didn't even go be good enough or have enough points or had a bad luck, whatever. They won't go to administration, but now you have even more bullshit studies at the university, so they can try to stay there. So it's I don't know, it's really weird. Because yeah, it's just weird, because I could end up from wanting to study biology onto something like gender studies, and go with life there. And I'm like, what to do then?
There is also, I need to look this up. There is, you also need some kind of fulfillment of your life. I'm going to look. Zingeving, how do you, a meaning to your life. So if you go to do gender studies and you're going to work at the D&I council or you go maybe jobless, what kind of life do you have? Is there something? Will it?
No,
I don't
become
believe,
an activist.
I don't think people should be happy all the time, but being satisfied, happy is one moment, but being satisfied is over a longer period.
No, but I also think, no, to be fair, I also think this is where the modern world has made it much harder for people, because it used to be most people would just, way back when it was you lived in your village and you farmed your land and you had a family, etc., right?
Yes.
Then people got turfed off the land. This is what happened in Britain. They had the things called the Enclosure Acts, where advances in farming techniques meant that the landowners didn't want tenants on the land, so they kicked them off. The tenants went to the cities just in time for the Industrial Revolution, so you had a workforce, so you became a worker or a miner or something, right? And for most people, that's what you did. It's not like
no question about it.
But it also gave you a focus, right? It was uncomplicated. You might not have a lot of choice, but you knew what you were doing.
I think in this sense the West is bankrupt.
Yeah.
I think morally is not the right word. It's the meaning of life. Yeah. I think in this aspect.
But you follow where I'm going with this. Whereas as life has gone on, all that clarity, all that simplicity has disappeared.
Yeah, because.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, go on.
And just that. So for a lot of people, not everyone, but a lot of people, you go through school and no one is actually, you might have a careers officer, but that's not really guidance, because there's so many different things you could possibly do. In fact, you've got nothing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I think because something what you said, Dick Cheesehead, that happiness is one moment, but you have to aim for satisfaction. But to have the satisfaction, you have to be focused and disciplined and do actually something. And we tell to young people that the goal of life is to be happy.
Yeah.
And
the things that makes you happy is really go through the tears and frustration and being disciplined and getting to be good at something. But when you tell young people, not only young people, but now we talk about this age roughly when you're at school and then you choose the university. I think it's so short-sighted, because we basically put it very simple to just look what make you happy. And I don't think that brain of the 15, 16, 17-year-old, when you choose, like in the Netherlands where you're going to study, can process that. They still think more like, this doesn't make me happy, I don't want to do that, and that's stupid, and that's frustrating, because I don't think they still have that, most of them thinking ahead, like, I want to achieve that, this will make me happy, and this sucks to do now, but to be at the point, C, I need to start with A and I need to go through B, and then eventually
you mean at long-term goals.
Yeah.
And it's now this gap of not having a long-term goal
Yeah.
And I feel very sorry for the youth, because it's a very heavy burden.
Well, I think
It's no, wait a minute. It's being filled with very short-term satisfactions,
Yeah,
like getting a
yeah.
new phone and stuff like that.
And
But now you have all these young people that are in a burnout at the 25 years old,
Yeah.
because they can't continuously being expected to be happy, and that's not a very healthy mindset.
yeah.
no, and there's also one more thing, I think, and this is important. You know, it's changed very much. I'm 38. My mother is then 68 because she gave birth to me when she was 30. Back then in Poland, she was already like giving birth to a child late, right?
Hmm.
No more eggs.
For my grandmother, having a children at age of 20, 23 was normal.
Yeah.
Already for me to live with a boyfriend at the age of 20, you know, I said I would marry at the age of 21 or something, or live. That was already like, wow, you're too young, you still need to do this
Yeah.
and that. Part of the focus is that the girls are being told not to have a children. Then the boys who's finding a girls, those relations are different because you don't aim to have a family. A man needs to know, I think, what to focus,
Yeah. Yeah.
what he's going to sacrifice for and focus for. So the guys are staying unfocused because they have a girl, but they don't really have
Yeah.
plans for a family, and then they still don't have those children, so they don't have that focus and that driving force behind. And the girls, well, all the anti-conception and support and not being responsible, they can just sleep with whoever they want, take anti-conception or use the abortion, whatever, right?
Hmm.
But they also don't have that focus. Like part of my, when I was growing up, even my parents says, and everyone, that there was like common saying that girls are maturing faster than boys. And it wasn't true anymore, but it was true because my mother go through that, because women who started their sexual lives, sexual
Yeah.
activity before the anti-conception pill, they actually were afraid of getting pregnant with the wrong guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I understand why my mother still was talking that way, because maybe even though she's not that old, but her mother would really put it to her head, because for her mother it was very, but even for my mother it was very careful who you
Yeah.
get pregnant with. We don't have that anymore,
No.
because you have
Funnily, I was going to make a similar point.
Trying to get a family was really also a lot of, I guess, focus. Yeah, what do you need to do to have that?
Yeah.
Don't have that anymore.
Yeah, I'll say I was going to make a similar point, that we are biological creatures, and the primary goal of life is coupling and childbearing.
Yeah.
And it seems that the last however long has been a concerted effort to forget this fact.
Yeah.
So that family's almost the afterthought and not the prime driver.
Yeah.
And
It was. Oh, sorry.
no, and so as you're saying, it's like if as you grow up, it's with the expectation, not always, not universal, but the general expectation of meeting somebody, getting married, having a family. That is a focus.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas now we've inverted it so that people grow up thinking of what they're going to do for a job,
Mm-hmm.
with a family on the side, instead of the job being merely a means to support the family.
Yeah. And the thing is that I see, like, you can say that you will going to push less for it because you need less, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or you're going to push more for it because you want to get your career and everything, but then it's too late.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like when you're chasing a better job, for example, it's different kind of a focus, because it can actually, I believe, give you all over the place. When once you have a family and you have to do, you just do what has to be done, because you cannot be all over the place. It has its downsides, of course, but it was also about, because you were saying something, John, that reminded me. Not so long ago, we were on a wedding party of our friends,
Uh-huh.
and there was a 45 people there, right?
Uh-huh.
45 people. Around 10, less than 10, there was a family. Around 10, there was a family for the bride and the groom, right?
Uh-huh.
And there was like 7 children. The 3 of them was from sister of the groom.
Uh-huh.
The other two or 3 was from the other family, and there was our kid.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you have a little bit of people, at the age, but there was a lot of actually young people, and there weren't children, and they didn't look like they actually had a babysitter. And I'm like, if back then when I was 4, like my son is now, and my parents would go to that big of a gathering of adults, there would be really just a lot of children to play with.
Yeah.
My son, at some point, because it was during the weekday, so the other family went, and my child was like, "Can I play with you, mommy? Can I play with you, mommy?" And the people were great. They give him attention and all of that. And I didn't mind that he wants to play with me. But I'm like, in the old days, they were like, when we talk, then you go play with other children, because they're coming friends to you over, and they have other children.
Yeah.
And now you don't have it, because it's so, it was really, for me, eye-opening how many people don't have children. Like, as I said, if I would compare it in Poland at that time, when I would go with my parents somewhere, there just would be a lot of children, different ages.
And that in turn will affect the child, because the child learns socializing skills playing alone with these relative stranger children.
Yeah, but in still safe environment, because
but what I'm saying is, but that's part of how you develop, isn't it?
Yeah.
But they can't if those children don't exist.
Yeah. And it's weird. It's weird.
We're also creating a lot of narcissistic people in this matter.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. This virus is harming, killing more men than women, and again, these articles come from these sociopathic cunts, and they say, "Oh, it's hurting women. Oh, it's hurting women." And you think, what the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah.
And the thing is, this whole feminism, liberal thing. Okay, that's fun and all, but at the moment they hit 30, it's starting to itch.
No, feminism is cancer. Let's just be clear. Feminism is cancer.
That's the biology, but for example,
biology.
But for example, that I don't know her name, but that some kind of horse face, that leading lady from that series Sex and the City.
Oh,
I've seen and I read
Sarah
a part of it.
Jessica Parker.
Oh, that one. She made an interview and she said she's quite sorry not having children, because now she's getting at the end of her lifespan on screen. She's starting to realize that she's alone.
Well, actually, sorry,
she's going to die. She's going to die alone also, and this realization is pretty heavily.
She'll be eaten by a cat.
Oh yeah, but that's but the thing is, and that's also with this virus with isolation, and that was the part what I was just saying before, to give people something to do, a function, even productive or not. If you keep people busy. With all the stress and hectic things in modern life, they also don't have the time to think about their place on this world and their place in this life and what they are doing, if this is beneficial.
Exactly. Everyone gets so into the grind, And
but now everybody is sitting at home.
yeah, and they're
Now they
probably
have
going, "Oh, isn't this more pleasant? We've got a bit of time. We
well,
can talk to each other. We can do things."
and then they start to realize a couple of things, and they start noticing things that are not completely in the hook.
Yeah.
But this is why the economy. I think this is a bigger scare, because I have a friend, a partner of my friend, and she's working at the taxation office. At the office, and she has colleagues that phoning her, can I please come back to work? And because they had the sniffles, they need to stay at home. I really want to come to work. I really come to work. You still don't realize how sick you are made, that you are not even comfortable with your own thoughts for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And I also saw a part on television. This was a dad. They had two kids. He was working and she was working. And he was sitting in that corner and he said, "Oh yeah, this is pretty tough. This is pretty tough." I'm thinking, you're sitting down 2 weeks with your wife and your children, and you're thinking you're having a rough time. I am very sorry.
Well,
And
I'm
one
lucky
more.
this way. I'm good at.
But his wife, and after that, she was saying, "Yeah, and at some point, I give my children some food, and I check my emails in the same time, and it's so busy." Yeah, that's not really.
Oh,
Not,
I mean, oh,
that's not really strange. If you don't even talk with your children and you just feed them like that,
yeah.
of course they get annoying. That they want something from you. It's not really difficult.
But Tisha, did the father mean it's tough sitting at home, or it's tough financial because his salary is?
No. He's working
brought.
at home. It's just because he's sitting with his family at the dinner table with his laptop, because he's still at work. So he still has a salary. But oh yeah, this is tough. So he's having a better relaxing time on his job than on the dinner table with his wife and children. I cannot imagine this.
No, I can't, to be honest.
No. It depends what kind of a job. Because trust me, I've had a job when I couldn't do it at home because they are like small mistakes that are very crucial. I cannot have them, my little son, asking me every 5 minutes something, because I need to be concentrating on it and make it like spotless, no mistakes. And if I do make a mistake, oh my God, they can be.
Okay, but he's not alone. His wife is sitting at the table with the other laptop, checking her emails and feeding her children.
Yeah,
but and she's saying that, and
doing fuck all.
And the thing is, you're saying this loud and openly, and you still don't understand how you are being brainwashed in this kind of lifestyle. I say brainwashed because this is not natural behavior. I don't accept this.
No, I mean, people don't know how to, how to be comfortable in themselves.
But okay. Oh, sorry. No, sorry, son. Sorry.
You opened my eyes to something. Here, I was with a friend of mine joking that now that people are sitting at home, we actually will have a boom of coronials in a few years.
Yeah, the coronas. How do we call it?
That the people are actually making children because there was like what to do.
December, January. That's gonna be a booming time.
Yeah.
But the thing is, with this virus, everybody's sitting at home, and now they have time to look at things, and they think they see something in the news, and they are listening different because they have all the time in the world, and they can go to Google, and I think this is a much bigger scare than the fact that they have to.
That's not a scare. I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, but for the authorities,
no,
they know this. They know this if you let the people have some time to think about things.
And this is in direct contradiction of the argument being pushed earlier that this was all some authoritarian scheme by those same authorities, because it doesn't compute that what is happening.
To be honest, not exactly, because if you want to bring down our economy, because you want to bring down our civilization, right? Then the thing is, people will find out more things because they have more time. but we're going into huge recession, but people are going to lose their job. So it still will do its really damage, way more. And when the people will find the job, the more people will lose the job, the more poor the society will become, the more controllable it will become by the government. So yeah, they can all know more things.
Well, I don't foresee it going that way, but there you go.
I hope not, but to me, we know it's destroying our economy.
Oh yeah, no. What it'll do is destroy the current economy, and a alternative informal economy will grow instead.
The thing is, what I don't understand, look, if things really tremendously don't add up, people will start to think all kind of reasons for it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know exactly how it is in England, but what's ridiculous in the Netherlands, let's say that I have my company, small company, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like small restaurant or something. And let's say that Mod is working and he has to go to job.
Mm-hmm.
To work. Now we have a government that says stay at home.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, the same government says if people are using the coronavirus not to come to work, for the employer, it can be reason to fire that person. But I'm really sorry, I'm only doing what actually government tells me to do.
Uh-huh.
And the other part is that in one household, I am driven out of business because I'm forced to close my business.
Mm-hmm.
But he's forced to go to work, otherwise he might lose his job, even though the government says he's supposed to stay at home. And we are one household, and that's happening, and I don't understand it.
Yeah. Well, to be
It doesn't
honest, your government seemed barking. I mean, to make such contradictory edicts.
Unless I say different, Cheesehead, but this is what I really understood with Mod. And I also heard Ruta saying that. Stay at home, and then they say if someone loses the coronavirus to stay at home, you may fire them, but because of the coronavirus, you have to stay at home, but you also have to go to work. But if you have your own business, you, in many cases, will close it.
Yeah, but this is the dilemma. So what if it comes to this virus? Practically, we need to find a balance between accepting death and tragedy and keep things going, that we at least have food and a defense system and all the infrastructure going on. All the luxuries need to go.
Yeah, but people will find that, you see, people work to buy shit that makes it palatable for them working so hard. It's a vicious circle.
But I'm sorry, because something Cheesehead said. I'm sorry, John, because you said other luxurities that extras has to go. But
well,
luxury and extra is the hard work for the other one, because by me having luxury for you to go to have a coffee or have a dinner, it's my job to pay my bills, and then I have, I don't know, 10 waitresses, and waiters, and their job to pay their bills.
I understand where you're going, but this is also the dilemma, and John is saying, and I have to agree with him, you have to adapt. For example, when a country goes to war or reacts to defensive war, the economic system can how do you say it? Transform. I'm going to
you change your production and
switch. There is a thing that called an economy war, of a war economy. And a great example is the United States. And when they went to war with Germans, They transformed factories to bullet factories, to tank factories, and the medical thing, all the things you need for communications, all the stuff that you need for war. And what you do, you take the ones that you don't need and you transform them, and that's how you keep people busy, because that's economy. You just keep them busy.
Yeah, but I think one problem I have with that, if I may interrupt you, sorry, because one thing I don't understand, and again, maybe I'm being stupid and ignorant, but I think that if you go into war, like you gave the example, and I'm working in a factory, and now my government says, okay, now we don't need that factory now.
Yes.
My bullets, I still keep my job. Well, now here, I have to, on my own, to go bankrupt, to go learn something else, to open up again, or to go to job. And that's the difference for people. Yes,
but this is called sacrifice. And that this is very rough, but this, we're all in it. We're all going to need sacrifice. And this is something you need to go to accept. And the sooner you accept this, more faster you are back on track.
But I'm sorry, people to sacrifice because they cannot sit on a terrace, on a how you call terrace in English?
It's the reality.
No, because what I'm talking, like, people are going to be sacrificing my business so that people don't sit too close to themselves drinking coffee, and those people then, will find a nice place like in city where I live, and will sit close to each other having a picnic. Families will have a picnic next to each other. Only 20 people will lose the job, and that's only my business. But people will go out finally and interact, because people see it as a total fucking major bullshit with this coronavirus. So this is what I don't understand. And if you really want to sacrifice and keep people in, you really need like police state, like we had in Poland when I was a kid, which this sacrifice I don't want. Because
I don't want it either. But
you know what I mean? That people will go and they will socialize anyway.
Okay. It's now 1940. The Germans are flying over. They bomb Rotterdam. We need to go to war. There is no room for debate. You cannot stay there. Well, I have a car and my insurances. No, you get your helmet on, you get your boots on, and now you go to the front, soldier. And that's the reality. That there is no there is no debate.
There is this nuance that no one is bombing me, and our situation isn't as bad as 1940 Rotterdam.
No, of course not. No, but it won't. But this is the thing. It won't get as bad as the Second World War if we handle this well. It's not going to be this bad. And if you, I was talking about a war economy, but you can also have a virus economy. And in this case, practically, that would mean get some factories back here. If we can build those factories here for what we talked earlier about the strategic thing.
Need to restructure the economy.
And the strategic things where we talked before about it. Okay, if we can get those here, and those factories need to be built, there's a lot of work. And then again, these people are again employed.
My problem is that I don't see it happening, sadly. But
it's not happening. It's not happening because our politicians are incapable and incompetent. They're a bunch of morons.
And in that situation, to closing, my restaurant and a lot of other people and a lot of other businesses, right? That's going to be bankrupt, and people are going to have no job and hard time of having a job, and people will be socializing in a fucking parks and flats of just fucking grass.
You seem to have a real hatred of people being sociable.
No, I don't. But the thing is, they close my restaurant because, well, I don't have restaurants to people. It's just an example, but they would close my restaurant so people don't sit too close to each other. But we will socialize and the thing is that now with the stabilizing our economy, and the more we are stabilizing our economy, the more we destabilize the societies, and we have another countries doing that as well, and that's actually bringing us closer to the situation from 1940.
Yeah, I agree on this. I have nothing to say against it. Because I see the risks.
Because we don't close when there is a normal flu, and people are
okay. Can I just sorry, Sad. I don't know enough medically to determine whether the social distancing measures are necessary or not.
Apparently, there was proven in the Netherlands. I need to research that now, because now I will have to research shit about the corona because of two of you. That apparently that there is proven that the 1.5 meter doesn't do you a shit.
Okay. There are several factors, right? Because on the BBC website yesterday, and it was reading about stuff, and it said 1 meter from someone coughing and sneezing, which is like no distance at all. And that's only when they're coughing and sneezing. And in all the time I've been out, I haven't seen anyone coughing and sneezing. Right?
Yeah, because when you do, everyone is looking at you like you're a fucking criminal.
No, that's not what I mean. That's what I mean. I just mean no one has been. And yet they've been maintaining a much greater social distance than this minimum. But the transmission isn't merely by proximity, it's also by things like what's your hands and things, that's what all the hand washing. So once you get a lot of people close to each other, while they are not that close, they start touching surfaces in common. That's then how it's transmitted.
Yeah, as well.
Yeah. Not as well. That is the actual problem.
No, the air can get to you.
Yes, but much less so. But
there's more to it, and this is about the viral load. They call it the viral load. If you get 10 of these particles of this virus in your system, it takes a while to get to a point before you get sick. If you get a couple of millions of these particles into your system at once, it's a very short amount of time you get sick, and your immune system has a very short time to react on this. So what they are doing with social distancing, and the masks are also not 100%, but you are reducing. It's about minimalizing, and that does work. That's why we need all to wear masks. The masks are a far better approach to this than the social distancing in itself. But the thing is, you're talking about people sitting in the parks. I don't agree people doing that. I think that should be enforced. And
I think people will do at some point. And I'm sorry, I do not agree. It should be enforced.
But okay. One question.
First, we should be not allowed to do that.
Well, if you can meet anywhere, it should be outside. This is the thing that drives me crazy.
My question is, what do you think? What we should do? We should do nothing.
To be honest, it's not like we should do absolutely nothing. I'm not saying that it does, because
you are aware of the mass graves in Iran? Have you seen those pictures of the mass graves? Have you seen this is something I really don't get. People are going so fast about this. If you look at Italy, what's happening there, and in Spain, those hospitals, it's a tragedy.
You talk about the countries that actually had several different problems which we don't necessarily have.
Which one?
For example, I'm sorry you're naming the countries, when I'm afraid that also the way you go about how to articulate it in English. In Dutch I also don't know, so don't ask me. Basically hygiene, how well things are in a hospital, right?
Then this is nonsense, because Italy, that's where it happened. That's the most that's where the most rich people live, and that's where they have some of the best medical equipment and doctors of the whole Europe in that area.
So was it in Italy that for first 1.5 months they were really ignoring the problem?
That they were hugging Chinese. This is all, yes.
But look, I'm not saying that we don't do anything. What I do, however, say is that we lost the balance, in my opinion, how to do things, right? And we will face economical problems, and the shift in our economy will not be so easy that we don't necessarily need to face. My point is, and because I didn't understand what you think should be enforced that people cannot go outside and socialize?
Yeah, this is a hard one. And this is not an easy one.
Because
I think the approach, and I don't like Mark Rutte, but I think in this case he's right. We should have confidence in the people themselves, and I would like to do this on more subjects. The liberal approach that you have some confidence in people's own responsibilities, and this is the thing. You cannot let this thing burn through. If you think that is going to be a trauma, oh my God! And when those hospitals go full, also healthy and younger people will die. And also, if 0.1% of these COVID patients die, who are between the ages 10 and 20, and when 80% in the Netherlands get infected, you talk about like 7,000, 8,000 dead people between the ages 10 and 20. Is this an acceptable cost? I don't know the answer, but that is the question you have to ask. This is the thing. At the moment, those hospitals, those healthcare workers, if that falls down, you get all these side effects, which will kill a lot of more people in a very short of time. And so you cannot if you burn this through, that's going to be a huge disaster, and you have so many people dead, and that's also going to hurt the economy, because of all these dead people. There are also doctors and managers and professors. They're also going to die. That's also a cost. So you need to take a balance of what do you accept at death, and how can we continue this economy without falling.
But I think problem is that I don't still believe that there are right estimation in how many people will die.
Yeah, but this is the scary part. It's the ignorance, because nobody knows, because they don't see it. They say it in Dutch media, but in foreign media they say novel virus, and they say novel with a reason. We don't know it. We do if you let but. Again, this is also a bit of incompetence of our government, because my suggestion would be 2 weeks lockdown, fully, everything closed, just 2 weeks. And after those 2 weeks, you know who's sick and who's not. And if you know who's sick, who has complaints, you can test the people around them to also get the asymptomatic people. And in those 2-3 weeks, you already get to a normalized society again. But this now, because it's half on half, and some things are locked down and other things are not, this will linger on in this matter. And there's also not being tested. And that's also a very problem. So what you're addressing now, this problem comes from incompetence. That's the problem.
But the thing is that, how do you completely, absolutely, with 100% certainty, lock country for 2 weeks? Because if you are actually doing that, then you are a second fucking China.
No, it's not just that. But the problem is it's just logistically, it's impossible.
Yeah, that there are not so many police officers and soldiers in the world.
No, it's not even that. Okay, right.
Even if they were.
So I can't go a week without going to the shop for fresh produce. How do I lock down for 2 weeks? And you take that for everybody, right? For 2 weeks.
Yeah. And there'd never be everybody, because there still will be people who are already in the hospitals.
The hospital workers, etc.
Firemen. The police who would enforce that, they wouldn't have the quarantine.
Yeah. So there is no such thing as 100% lockdown. This is the fundamental problem. It sounds great, but it disintegrates the minute you actually think of it in practice.
The only way out here is to snuff it out, and that's by testing and testing.
Yeah.
That's the only way.
Yeah.
And we need to wear masks in public. It just takes care of half of the problem.
But we don't have the masks. you know. And
because
even when you have masks, you have to fit
no,
the mask
this
properly. Most
this
people
is
don't know how to fit the mask properly.
okay. The professional masks and the ones we have need to go to the care workers. I completely agree. But if you just have just a piece of cotton, and you have a piece of filter for your a filter for the vacuum cleaner, or for the thing that's above your furnace, where you cook your meals. I don't know how the English name of that is. The thing that sucks the steam of your food you're baking. If you take that filter and you take a piece of cotton, you already got 60-70%. That's already helping a lot. And people say sitting at home, they can sew these things themselves. So we still can do a lot of things.
You're assuming a lot there.
And that's the funny part. Because of my asthmatic airwaves, I am at the higher risk of having complications if I have the coronavirus. At the same time, because of my asthmatic airwaves, if I put on my mouth what you just said, I don't have to go outside because I'm not catching a breath anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So
okay, we're going to get a wheelchair for you. Where we're going to push your.
Yeah,
No, I get this. I get it. This is not easy for anybody. This is crisis.
Yeah.
But the problem is that the thing is, look, and this is, I understand when you say you power through, like during the war times, you power through, you do it. Yeah, but I'm not during the wartime. I'm not being bombed. At the same time, my government, because I see myself as part of this country, my government is telling me that the hamster that buy a lot of things is not necessary, right?
Yeah.
Okay, it's not necessary. Since the coronavirus, every time I've been to the apothecary, and I've been a few times because I had to pick up my medication, because my lovely son put a cereals up his nose and I had to be at the doctor, and there is an apothecary there, right?
Yes.
Even if I want to buy the mask, they're just having big poster that they don't have it.
No, I know it. We have to make our own ones.
Yeah, no, but this is the problem.
That I was telling John, they say at one point the government says they have everything and we don't need to buy in advance, which I do understand. But one thing which I don't understand, every shops, especially shops that function in few years, right? They know, like they have estimate, like, they have like toilet paper because they know roughly how much per day and therefore per week and per month they selling, right? Then I go to the shop when already for a pretty long time they had that one pack of toilet paper per one client, per one, right?
Yes.
But they still don't fucking have it. Even with that restriction, how is this happening?
No, but this is because people are stupid. You know why I don't have this problem? Because I have food in conserves, in cans for at least 6 weeks. I haven't been in a store for 3 weeks now, since this so-called intelligent lockdown. Because at the beginning of February, I already got my food and toilet paper, because a lot of people warned about this. This is the point, and people are saying, and the government is saying hamsteren. Now, no, a lot of people think, oh, I have to be in my house for the next couple of weeks. Let's take some extra. I think that's the mindset.
Yeah, but at the same time, for example, and this is the beautiful organization. So I go to the shop. I don't know if you have it in England, John. Jumbo, right?
Yeah.
And there is a beautiful like music. You walk, you do the shopping. People, if you go closer to people than 1.5 meters, some of you are just will almost kill you with their eyes, but okay, the music. And then there is like this sound, this voice saying, that we wish you a nice shopping. Avoid, I have to think about China and communist Poland, I'm sorry. Please avoid to do the shopping with a whole family, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, well, we're living with extended family, and then I'm eliminating it, but I cannot buy, for example, the gel antibacterial that's for
I know what you mean.
Yeah, how you say it in English?
Disinfectant gel.
Yeah, I cannot buy it for everyone in my family because I'm a one and there is one per person. And at the same time, we advise everyone to have one, but also we advise you not to go with the whole family into the store.
No, that I understand.
Per person.
So from your household, there has to be 2-3 trips to that store. So that this is not really helping the minimalizing.
No, or we go all together.
Okay. This is the thing. Why can South Korea, Taiwan, and I believe there was another country get this under control in a? Why they didn't have full hospitals? How is this possible?
Isn't that they either already had closed borders or they closed them?
It was already there, so the closing is after the fact.
When I see this moving,
No. Okay, okay. These countries.
Corona closed borders immediately. Stayed with those fucking 20 or 30 cases they had. That's it. But when I see, for example, those YouTube videos that the guys say, "Oh, I've been in Italy here and here," and I don't know if it's true, but that they said at the same time the videos of the airport is there. This is airport Heathrow. I've been to Italy when the coronavirus is. I'm entering England. No one is asking me for anything. No one is screening me. No one is doing shit.
Yeah, but this is incompetence, isn't it?
Yeah, but that would indicate that the coronavirus in itself might not be as
no, it's pure incompetence.
It's highly viral. There are even in China they didn't know where it came from. They at some point they even thought it came from out of the sewers. It was such a big surprise. This is the thing. What these countries, are neighboring China, they already had some exercises because they also had MERS and SARS and swine flu, all these things they already had. So they already know how to handle this. So what they do, of course they close the borders, but they also do that they have a fully testing capacity that already in stock. They have masks, they have hazmat suits, no problem. Everybody can be tested 10 times. That's how much they have in stock. But if I look to South Korea, and this is really weird, they have at some points, I believe it was the airport, they have if you come from a foreign country, if you are Korean or not, you are tested and you are being put in a room, some kind of hotel, for 24 hours before you can go into the country. Otherwise, okay, that's one thing. But they also, that they are so inventive, they have a machine that they can check if you have it in 45 seconds.
I don't believe that. Yes,
it's true. I'm going after this. I'm going to send you one link, and that's from a Korean doctor. And I base all my things on him because he has all the facts. There was a beautiful interview. And this Korean doctor is also one of the leaders in virology on the world scale.
Another thing, it is highly viral, but what I'm saying, it doesn't have to be as highly deadly. Like I know from
no, as long as the health. This is the thing. As long as the healthcare system is working.
No, what I'm trying to say, that there was, I think in Iceland or something, they test a bunch of people, a lot of people, and 50% of them had a coronavirus without knowing it.
Yes, but there is also amount of antibodies. That's the viral load, and the point is you can get reinfected. It was no. Listen. At the beginning, it was very curious why so many doctors and nurses died. But that's because they are so close to the patients. If they get a cough in their face, they get billions and billions of these particles, and they get sick almost immediately. This is the point. If you get a common cold, if you had it once, you can get it again and again and again and again. Vaccination, it's never going to happen with this coronavirus. There is no vaccination to this. How do you say it? I'm going to give you an example, and if this is really not so deadly, you have to explain me to this. I'm going to look an article later on, but there was a Chinese actor around 40 years old. He was living with his sister and his parents and two other family members. He His sister and his parents died. Only 2 of the 6 in this family survived, and they were not all of old age. He and his sister were around 40 and 45 years old. So how can you explain this to me, that 4 of those 6 people in one family, in one house die? How is this statistical possible?
Sorry, I don't have extra information because, and don't get me wrong, I'm also really because of my husband's health and mine, I also don't want to get it. But here is the thing. If I would be living now with my husband's mother, his brother, my husband obviously, and my kids, there could be the same statistics because, and here is the sad part, right? And I don't have this extra information. Well, I'm not sure if I have asthma, but they all have asthma, and that virus can be a really problem with the people with asthma. His mother has asthma, he has asthma, his brother has asthma. So there are basically, in our household, we have extended family, except my kid, there is 4, right? Adults, right?
Yeah.
And out of those 4 adults, 3 of them are on the high risk of having terrible consequences from corona.
Yeah, sure, that can be a factor.
Because so I don't have this other information, and my thing is, I'm not saying it's not deadly, but if we have a bunch of people tested who finding out, and I need to find these numbers, then I need to ask maybe for another talk, privately, but if those people, there's a lot of people who didn't even know that they had a coronavirus, right?
Mm-hmm.
That means, look, we count like percentage of the people, like 3%, for example, 3% of people who have coronavirus dies, right?
No.
But we know who has it, and we don't know how many people have it without even realizing. So maybe those percentages dropping to 0.5, and I'm not saying those are not tragedies and it better not happen. I'm not saying that, but because
I understand you're not meaning it in a bad fashion. I understand these questions, but this is completely the ignorance. We don't have this knowledge about this, because that same argument I can make, that not all deaths are being accounted as COVID deaths, and you can, if there is not a statistic, a graph. A graphic circulating on the Twitter, and it comes from the CBS of the Central Bureau of Statistics, and you see the amounts of death in this period of the year. You see even way higher than the bad flu in 2018. That was also a very bad one, and you see that so many more people are dying normally statistically. And it's very hard to say if they died of corona or some other sickness. This is all.
At the same time, there are also people who you would argue they didn't die of coronavirus.
Yes, I agree.
Like this, I know from Mod that the guy committed suicide. They checked him; he had a coronavirus. He's accounted as a coronavirus, that he died because of corona. I'm very sorry for him that he committed suicide, but let's not say he died because of the corona, unless he left fucking note, I have a corona, therefore life sucks and I'm killing myself. It wasn't because of the corona. No offense. And it's not ridiculous to make this guy ridiculous or something, because death is a death, and it's No,
but we're talking from
we also, for example, have people who are old, and it's not that it's countless, because it doesn't count less. Absolutely, this is not what I mean. But you have a heart problems, you have other disease, and corona is like that drop in a bucket of water. Is that weakens your body, but if you wouldn't have a bad heart, you would survive. So you can argue, because the same now is
this is an assumption. This is an assumption. You don't know this. This is the whole problem. We don't know this, because there are very healthy people who are also dying. It's less. I agree. It's less, but there's also in France a girl of 15 found dead in a room who had no problems. A brother of 29 in the south of the Netherlands. He was very healthy, had no problems. He also died. So this is the big mystery, what it really is. And maybe my point is we're ignorant about this. We don't know it, and that's the danger of it. So what kind of call are you going to make, which have huge consequences for all of us?
To be honest, what kind of call I'm going to make, I'm not sure, but I'm also I will have to leave the stream and in a moment, but I'm also thinking, because we're talking how our economy is going to be destroyed and we shift and whatever. Every time the economy is destroyed, and we can talk about, that we will shift and all that, but that means actually way worse healthcare, less money, bad economy, unemployed people mean really worse healthcare than people who don't have food, who really have to struggle very with food, with what they eat. They less likely to tend for a hygiene, and I don't mean they fucking don't wash themselves, but you know what, to remember to wash your hands surely after every time you're coming from the store when your kid is hungry. This is going to be affected because they have a bigger problem, and bigger problem at the moment will be what I will give my kids for a dinner. So I'm saying the other things of looking at this, but I'm not sure if it's a right thing, just an idea. Don't destroy our economy, make it fucking strong, keep working, right? And at the same time, you keep making money in your country to put things in development like vaccination, to maintain as strong healthcare as it's possible, to don't worsen the conditions in your hospitals, because there is the other side of, okay, we will shift, we will adapt, but again, bad economy means really bad healthcare, and poor people means more healthcare needed, and less being careful about other stuff which we are now being careful about. So what I'm saying, I guess, is that it's very complicated to decide which way.
This is also my point, because I really understand your point of argument. I hope you also understand mine.
Yeah.
This is the dilemma. This is a very big one. But I can assure you, after the 28th of April, things will get more loosely. But things like keeping distance and stuff like that, that will go on. But things, restaurants and things are going to open. And I saw on the television, people are already adapting. There were restaurant owners who were putting chairs, 2 chairs side by side if you're a couple, and then a meter and a half, and putting 2 chairs over there. So that's the adaptation I'm talking about.
Yeah,
but if you also loosen the rules a little bit, you also say your terrace outside can be a little bit bigger without any cost, and you make it a little bit more easier on the taxes and stuff like that. We can get there. We really can get there. I'm convinced about this.
But the problem is, sorry, because you also say keep the distance when they are going to open the schools, and children are.
Yeah, they are going to open in 28th April.
Okay. For example, when I saw this guy, and I didn't see the whole podcast, only the part of it, but this guy that was speaking to Joe Rogan about the coronavirus, he said one thing, that he said, it's very complicated because people were saying, yeah, close the school, close schools, yeah. He's from America, but he says, okay, but he said 28% of our nurses will have to stay at home to take care of the kids if we close the schools.
I understand. These are in the Netherlands here. The children of nurses and those vital professions, they can go to school. That they've arranged that. So
Okay.
that's no problem here.
And how do they keep the distance?
The what? I'm sorry. How do they keep
distance?
That's a risk factor here. Accept. The thing is, look, it's not about the individual persons. It's about to have enough capacity in the hospitals. So what they are doing now with all the data they are collecting, they know getting the formulations right and predict how many people are infected. What they are doing now is letting loose the reins a little bit, or a little bit, lot, and then they can see due testing a sickness, how far can you go? And at the moment it goes too far, you take a little step back, and then you think, what can we do next to open things more up, and see how that goes. This is a thing we need to do, and we need to learn as we go. We need to learn this as we go. Otherwise, there's no knowing that we're ignorant about this.
Yeah,
We need to try something, and if it works, we keep it, and if something not works, we throw it aside. And that's how we go step by step through this process. Because I can assure you, there's not coming any vaccination for this. If there comes a vaccination for this, there would be one for the common cold. And maybe you're also right. Maybe at some point we have to come to the conclusion, this is a fight we cannot win. We need to let it happen. And that's a black pill to swallow. But if it is, it is. And then after, and then we need to go through the strategy, lose some people, and then we go on. But there's more. There's one thing I want to add. If you have the Spanish flu, that came in waves, and that second wave was 2-3 times as deadly and took out the young people, the young healthy people. So we don't know what is going to happen, and again, we don't know it, and that's the problem. So during this lockdown, the professors and the doctors are testing, experimenting to see what fits best, and we have to trust them. That's the only. I don't have a solution. I know the stress of the people, but
to be honest, I understand where you're coming from, and there is a lot that I am drawn to agree. But I also would be careful on saying your last statement, we have to trust them. Just because it's a virus and it can kill us, I don't feel like we have to trust them, because that's opening some pretty...
Now, can I add something to that? We have it RIVM. You know what I mean? That's the CDC of the Netherlands, the health center. They have tweets, and they're still up. 28th of January, they said, "Oh, it's not coming here. Oh, it's not from human to human possible." And at that time, I already saw the images and the witness statements of China, and it was very, very viral and very man-to-man infectious. So that RIVM is a total bunch of. It's the political side. The people who are working in the laboratories, they know what they do, but the people who are making the decisions, they are amateurs, and that's what I find really scary. But now I read things. First, they want to put the children on school, and then Mark Rutte said, "Oh no, we're not going to do that because under pressure of the public." But that's a lie. Because after that, he admitted by saying, "Oh, we're now going to test and experiment if this is really transmissible between children." He had to admit he didn't know it. But he's saying, "Oh, it's because of the public pressure." But he came to the conclusion, we don't know it. We can take this risk. So I agree, we don't trust him blindly. But I now see a different... I see something different than at the beginning. I see they're doing now the right things, in my opinion. So we don't trust them blindly, but also we have to be consequent in one method. We cannot do this.
Because it's experimented, we cannot be consequent in one method because we don't know what's working.
But you can also have, look, we have the Netherlands. You have different regions. You can also say, let's try this there and let's try that there.
Oh, that's risky.
No, no, not really. Because it's also different. Because if you look at the infection rate here here in Friesland, in the north, it's not like anything in Amsterdam or in Brabant,
No.
in other places. So you also have differences in cultural differences or demographic difference.
Geographical ones, like, I wouldn't want to live in a big city right now.
No, I don't want to be in Amsterdam. Oh my God, that's going to
But
get.
that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's they're trying to make it about racism in the UK. Oh, ethnic minorities are disproportionately affected.
Yeah, because they're all with
Because they're all
hundreds on the
packed
street.
into the biggest cities, and it's the cities that are infected, and it's like, duh, stupid people.
Nah, but there's more. I've also seen your police officers giving a fine to a person who's standing in his own back front yard, and then you see images of the
Yeah,
people
well,
of
our police,
peace and tolerance. They're with hundreds on the street. So
our police are
racists.
no, our police got overzealous and have been roundly rebuked from government and the judiciary all the way down.
It's corrected now.
Yeah, they've been told to stop being such dicks.
Okay, thank you. But Sam, to come to your point, I agree with you that this cannot go on because you're not wrong, but the other side is also not wrong.
No, I mean the problem is you have to stop it being a crisis. That's the purpose. But
Yeah,
you don't then go on beyond the time necessary.
We in Dutch have a saying that's van de nood een deugd maken. That means from a bad, make something good out of a bad situation.
Yeah.
And that's what
if you've got lemons, make lemonade.
Indeed. Let's say this problem of the masks. The whole world needs masks. Build this factory. It could be already running here, and make so much that you can also export them.
Yeah.
Then we're doing business.
Yeah. Exactly.
This is a little bit why and you know what? Maybe I see it the wrong way, or maybe I need to think about it. But this is why I'm wind up when thinking, that the government would close my business down, making me possible going broke, right?
Yes.
But at the very same time, they don't do other things they actually could do to help. No. These things that they actually could do that would actually help, they will not do it, but they will close my business. And
because
that's why I'm thinking like, oh no, then fuck you.
The technocrats. That they don't look any further than one day beyond. They're a bunch of.
But then if we're not prepared and we're not preparing, and we as a country, I mean the government, don't do anything at all, why are you telling me to do it?
It's bad leadership. I know.
And I think that's why I'm like against of, we don't have enough things to make it work anyway, and it's all putting responsibility seems to be put like that on simple person who cannot afford not to go to work.
It's a one-way street. I get it.
And that's a problem to me because if the government say, yeah, we really on fully lockdown, we need you to stay home, we're not going to fire people who staying home, which they say the opposite, we're going to set the factories with the mask, we're going to have that, boom, we are having it, right? Then I could live with the fact that I power through people in 1940 because it's solidarity and everyone making the sacrifices. But right now, the government does fuck all, really, to be honest. Lie to us, put the statistic that doesn't always add up, but I need to close my business.
Yeah, but there's more to a government. The saying, never waste a good crisis. Yeah. They are now talking about an app where they can track us, just like a chip in a cat or a dog. That they want and if not enough people are using it, they're going to enforce it. And they say, oh, it's just for this crisis. But now they are legitimizing this tactic, this method.
Yeah.
This is just look what they are doing with Italy. 540 billion euros from these people in Italy. They go on pension when they're 50 and they're bathing in olive oil in the gardens, and we have to work until we're 70. That's solidarity. It's Frans Timmermans, that big swine in the EU. When during the economic crisis, everybody had to put something down. We all had to make sacrifices. What he did, he enriched himself with exorbitant salary raises. This is solidarity. It's all, and that's also pissing me off. But we're also going to if we are not aware of this, we're going in a real Orwellian nightmare. If you think it's bad now with the censorship on internet and stuff like that, I think it's just the beginning with the apps and you need a certificate. And you know, they don't have to enforce it by law. It's also that the company says, if you want to come in this building, you need a certificate. Then you don't need a law. So this is very scary. I know this. I don't want an authoritarian government.
And that's why now we are scaring people with corona. And this is what I was explaining to John before the stream, that I see it as a government actually using it to become more authoritarian, to control us. And now you're telling me about these applications that forced. Oh, fuck me.
They are abusing these situations for their own goals. That they are pushing for this European Union transfer union. This is the point. If we come to that, we can never leave again. We are responsible for the deaths in Southern Europe. We have to pay for this. And we're just a bunch of pay piggies here. You know what a pay piggy is? Oh, if you don't, you need to see the video from Medicare. But it's we're just here to pay, to work and pay for other people's deaths. And just because they want this really infantile, pathetic fantasy world of John Lennon's Imagine. No borders and the world is of everybody.
No, that's what they're telling you. It's because the global elites,
of course,
make a lot more money if they do that.
Exactly.
But it's not done for the people's benefit.
Of course not.
But anyway, guys, seriously, we've been going for well over 4 hours. You don't have to stop the conversation, but I would like to stop the stream.
Yes, we need to go.
Yes. And I'm actually going to bed.
Okay, good so if anyone is still there, that's amazing. And
don't believe anyone is.
Yeah, no.
It says 3 viewers and the 3 of us. So if we're reviewing it,
10 seconds ago there was 4.
Okay. Right. So it fluctuates. It's not very good. Anyway, so yes, the stream will end at 4 hours and 4 minutes and 44 seconds.